Chapter 4022. Lu Meng'er knew that Xin Xiang had helped the 100 Flowers building a lot, so she was naturally embarrassed to ask for such a valuable gift. In her opinion, Shan Xiang saying that it was a small gift was just a set of excuses to make her accept it. This piece of holy profound iron, placed in the 10 great worlds, could not possibly be a small gift. Young Master Shin, how about this? You name a price. I'll buy your holy profound iron. Lu Meng'er was still a person with principles, and furthermore, she did not want to accept the gift from the young man in front of her in order to protect her last bit of reservation. Elder Sister Meng, I still have a lot of them here. This is really a small gift for you. Xin Xiang laughed. I still have a lot of things to trouble you with in the future. When the time comes, just don't reject me. In order to make Lu Meng'er believe him, Shen Xiang immediately took out a large pile of holy profound iron and placed it on the table. Lu Meng'er was dumbstruck. Where did so many holy profound iron come from? And Shen Xiang did not know that this was the holy profound iron before. Young Master Shenu, where did you find so many holy profound iron? Lu Meng'er's beautiful face was filled with shock. She took a deep breath, calmed down, and asked, The people from the powers beyond the heavens have already arrived at the 10 great worlds, and their main target is the world-defying stage. Xin Xiang said, Elder Sister Meng, do you know about the underground city outside the Imperial City? The underground city below the devil-suppressing summit? I heard about it. The underground city suddenly collapsed, and many outsiders appeared. Later on, the army of the 9th Heaven World went over to suppress them. Lu Meng'er nodded. That's where I got it. These holy profound iron were placed in the warehouse before. I only knew that they were very sturdy, but I didn't know what kind of holy profound iron it was, so I took them all away. Shen Xiang laughed. I never thought that I would make such a huge profit. Lu Meng'er was extremely moved in her heart. She had only obtained a little more than a kilogram after collecting for so many years, but the young man in front of her had an unknown amount of kilograms. She finally understood why Hua Shengyue, Bai Yuyu, Yan Xilin, and the others all said that Xin Xiang was very capable. Elder Sister Meng, there's also this thing, it's also from the sky. It's called the Heavenly Jewel. Shan Xiang took out a few heavenly jewels and gave them to Lu Meng'er. It's the heavenly jewels. Lu Meng'er took it and said in surprise, Tens of thousands of years ago, when the divine horned beast invaded the 10 great heaven and earth, we had obtained it before, but it had long been used up. You can use this thing? Shan Xiang said in surprise. I only know that it can be used to strengthen equipment. It can make equipment release energy and activate the mystical prints in the equipment. Yes, that's one of the main uses. And its greatest use is to set up teleportation arrays. Lu Meng'er said, The energy crystals of the 10 great heavens and earth, which is the crystal stone. At most, it can only be used for spatial communication. It is impossible to open a spatial passage. Sister Menger, so you can build a transmission array? Can we teleport to 100 Flowers world from here? Xin Xiang quickly asked. Lu Meng'er seemed to be a little excited at the moment. Her intuition told her that Shan Xiang had a lot of heavenly jewels in his hands. If there really was a large number of heavenly jewels, then the transmission array that she had studied for so many years would be useful. Yes, we have been researching the transmission array that conforms to the 10 great heaven and earth laws for many years. But because we do not have heavenly jewels, we have never tried to open it. Lu Meng'er said. After she finished speaking, she quickly took out many discs, which were all core components for setting up the transmission array. Each disc was as big as a millstone. They were golden and looked very heavy. We can try it now, Lu Meng'er said. Young Master Shen, this might require some heavenly jewels, and it will waste your heavenly jewels. No need, no need. The heavenly jewels are mine. We're all on the same side. What's there to be polite about? Xin Xiang waved his hand and laughed. Lu Meng'er was his woman, and she had only temporarily lost her memories. In fact, Xin Xiang wanted to help her recover her memories right now. Even if his soul was damaged, he still wanted to try. However, he had to ask Bai Yuyu, because Bai Yuyu had warned him before that when he wanted to help someone recover their memories, he had to discuss it with her first. Young Master Xin, this might require 20 heavenly jewels. Lu Meng'er saw that there was hope to open the transmission array, so she asked shamelessly. Actually, Lu Meng'er was not usually like this. She was the divine weapon empress, and even if she did not speak, she would still have the aura of an empress. Here. Shan Xiang took out 20 heavenly jewels and gave them to Lu Meng'er. Lu Meng'er also knew that the current her was not like her usual self. She really wanted to maintain her usual appearance, but she could not. The moment she met Xin Xiang's gaze, her heart unconsciously became gentle, and then unknowingly, she became very gentle toward Xin Xiang. Young Master Xin, these array discs can form a long-distance teleportation array, or they can become a short-distance teleportation array by themselves. Lu Meng'er said, I will place 20 heavenly jewels inside 2 array discs. Chapter 4023. Lu Meng'er also knew that her main mission in coming to the Starfire City was to help Xin Xiang build the Starfire City. Xiao Xianglin did not tell her how to help. He only said that the Starfire City needed array masters to help set up a large array or something. And now, Shen Xiang actually wanted to drag her to snatch the power from beyond the heavens. If it was in the past, Lu Meng'er would definitely refuse without hesitation, because this kind of thing was too risky. But now, it was Shen Xiang who wanted to go. In her heart, she wanted to follow him, mainly to protect Xin Xiang. She still did not know how powerful Xin Xiang was, so she thought that it was extremely dangerous for Shen Xiang to fight against the forces from beyond the heavens, and deep down in her heart, she really wanted to protect Xin Xiang. In fact, even Xiao Xianglin, Bai Yuyu, and the others did not know how terrifying Xin Xiang's current strength was. Only Wang Camtin and the proud World Hall leader knew about it. Seeing that Lu Meng'er was hesitating, Xin Xiang knew that she was worried and laughed. Elder Sister Meng'er, I have a 6 realms mirrors. If we can't beat them or get surrounded by the enemy, we can run away through the 6 realms mirrors. He released the 6 realms mirrors and grew bigger, then jumped on it. He extended his hand out and laughed. Elder Sister Meng'er, come up and give it a try. Lu Meng'er also naturally reached out and grabbed Xin Xiang. Shen Xiang pulled Lu Meng'er's soft jade hand and gently pulled her up, then controlled the 6 realms mirrors to release a protective shield. Young Master Xin, you control the 6 realms mirrors so well. Lu Meng'er was obviously clear about how terrifying the 6 realms mirrors was. One had to know that this 6 realms mirrors had once been in the hands of the women of the 100 Flowers world and had gone out to fight with them. Although the 6 realms mirrors was in Shan Xiang's hands, Lu Meng'er did not feel that anything was wrong, because they understood the 6 realms mirrors very well. For Shan Xiang to be able to control the 6 realms mirrors, he had already been recognized by the 6 realms mirrors. Of course, so don't worry. Xin Xiang laughed. With you following me, I'll know what's more important. Previously, when he went to raid the underground city's warehouse, he had picked up a lot of trash. Young Master, I can go with you, but I have to ask Elder Sister Xiao. Lu Meng'er said, Don't ask her, we can go directly, said Xin Xiang. No, I have to tell her. Lu Meng'er still insisted. This is for you. Xin Xiang took out a Sea of Consciousness soul pill and handed it to her, saying, Sister Meng'er, this is this the soul pill? Elder Sister Xiao and Zi Lan told me before. To Meng'er, yi, Meng'er to us, yi to the Meng'er, to her to God, spirit to break with her pill. Qin Xiang originally wanted to use the old trick of Meng, or his soul pill, to gain Lu Meng'er's good impression. But he didn't expect that Yan Xilin and the others had already told Lu Meng'er about the Sea of Consciousness's soul pill. Elder Sister Meng, this is for you. Quickly eat it. Xin Xiang grabbed Lu Menger's hand and placed the pellet in her palm. You gave me such a precious thing again. I don't even know how to thank you. Lu Menger bit her lips lightly. This was the second time she had accepted Xin Xiang's gift, and it was extremely precious to her. Elder Sister Meng. I don't have any other intentions. Senior Zhou Xiao and Wang Camtin, I have something for them. Xin Xiang laughed. Because you can help me protect the Starfire City, I have to help you become stronger. Thank you. Lu Menger nodded. Hearing Xin Xiang say that he would also give it to Long Jiuxiao and Wang Camtin, she felt a lot more relaxed. Otherwise, she would think that Xin Xiang wanted to chase after her, beg her. After all, facing the pursuit of a young man who treated her so well, it would be very difficult for her. Lu Menger ate the soul pill and entered a room to refine it. Xin Xiang, on the other hand, entered his room and took out the 6 realms mirrors. Sister Jing, how's the research on the heavenly jewels going? Shen Xiang asked. Do you have a way to make good use of the heavenly jewels? The 6 realms mirrors was already very strong just by absorbing the energy of the spar. If it could absorb the energy of the heavenly jewels, it would definitely be stronger. The heavenly jewels are very useful. Little sister Xiao Jing was also very happy. She jumped around in the space inside the 6 realms mirrors and laughed. Big brother, if there are a large number of heavenly jewels, I can still absorb the energy of the heavenly jewels and repair the 6 realms mirrors. Chapter 4024. Shen Xiang didn't know much about the heaven and earth pill furnace, but little sister Xiao Jing had guessed that the heaven and earth pill furnace could grow. Since the heaven and earth pill furnace could grow, it definitely needed to absorb energy. Perhaps this pill furnace only absorbed higher level energy, such as the energy within the heavenly jewels. If I directly put the heavenly jewels in, there wouldn't be any changes. After I added the flame, the heavenly jewels started to emit white light. Xin Xiang thought back to the process just now. The main reason was that the flame he released had the fire soul fire spirit, which was the key. The heaven and earth pill furnace itself was unable to directly refine the heavenly jewels and required the support of a special flame. Of course, the fact that the heaven and earth pill furnace could absorb the divine energy of the 10 great worlds was what surprised Xin Xiang the most. The speed of gathering divine energy was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, it was carried out in the 100 Flowers building, so even if there was movement, no one would find it strange. The 100 Flowers building itself was a place that sold pills, so this kind of sudden gathering of a large amount of divine energy would not be strange. Not long after, the heavenly jewels inside the heaven and earth pill furnace turned pure white. The heaven and earth pill furnace did not absorb this heavenly jewels by itself. Shen Xiang took out the heavenly jewels from the pill furnace. He thought that the heaven and earth pill furnace would absorb the energy of the heavenly jewels and grow by itself. The 6 realms mirrors was floating beside him just now, so little sister Xiao Jing could see what happened just now. Little sister Jing, the pill furnace did not swallow the heavenly jewels. Then how does the pill furnace absorb energy to grow? Xin Xiang asked. Big brother, the heaven and earth pill furnace is too strange. I still don't understand it. I'll try my best to see if I can become the artifact spirit of the pill furnace. Little sister Xiao Jing replied, maybe the pill furnace needs an artifact spirit in order to grow by itself. Back then, the 6 realms mirrors had little sister Xiao Jing as its artifact spirit, so even if Xin Xiang was suppressed and sealed, she could still control the 6 realms mirrors to absorb energy and grow by itself. All right, in short, this pill furnace is of great help to me now. Even if it doesn't grow, it doesn't matter. Xin Xiang laughed. Brother, quickly go and study that heavenly jewels. It might be of great help to you in refining pills. Little sister Xiao Jing laughed. Xin Xiang looked at the white heavenly jewel. He wanted to try to crush it, but found that it was very sturdy. I can destroy it, but it will cause a huge commotion. Shen Xiang could feel that the heavenly jewel contained a very strong energy. If he continued to increase his strength and crush it, it might explode. I can find elder sister Meng, and ask her to help me take a look. Shen Xiang kept the heaven and earth Dan furnace and took the heavenly jewels outside. Lu Menger was still in seclusion in her room, refining the sea of consciousness soul pellet. The speed of refining depended on the individual. Some people could refine very quickly, while others needed some time. Lu Menger's refining speed could be considered very fast. Shen Xiang did not wait for long in the small hall outside before he saw Lu Menger walking out in high spirits. She refined the knowledge sea soul pellet, and her divine sense immediately went up a level, breaking through the original limit. Her entire person looked a little different. When Lu Menger came out of the room, she still had a dignified aura. Her beautiful eyes were serious and contained a faint, domineering aura. However, after seeing Shen Xiang, her gaze instantly became very gentle, and she chuckled. Young Master Shen, your sea of consciousness soul pellet is indeed amazing. Thank you very much. Elder Sister Meng, help me take a look at this heavenly jewel. Shen Xiang immediately handed over the white heavenly jewel and said, I just used the pill furnace to refine this heavenly jewel, and it became like this. Shen Xiang felt that refining heavenly jewel belonged to the category of refining. Maybe Lu Menger would be able to see something. Refining heavenly jewel. Hearing that, Lu Menger only felt that it was very interesting. After she received it, she held it tightly in her hand and injected her blood energy and consciousness into it to feel it. So strange. Lu Menger frowned slightly. The energy contained within the heavenly jewel has become a lot stronger. This is too strange. How could it become so strong? What is the original energy of the heavenly jewel? Hearing Lu Menger's words, Shen Xiang also felt that it was strange and asked, How much stronger has it become? The energy contained within this heavenly jewel is equivalent to 10 times the original. No, it's even higher, and the characteristics of the energy are also very different. After Lu Menger felt it, he became more and more shocked. What do you mean? Where is the difference in energy characteristics? Shen Xiang asked. The energy crystals of our 10 great heavens and earth, such as our spar, it lacks a certain energy characteristic, causing it to be difficult to open up space. And the energy contained within the heavenly jewel possesses this characteristic. Chapter 4025. Shen Xiang was a person with a very strong soul, so strong that his soul could carry his body. This meant that if the main soul was not destroyed, then he could quickly reconstruct his body and be reborn. He believed that the cultivation path of the world-defying stage universe in the future was mainly to cultivate the soul, and the soul had to be stronger than the body. Xiao Xianglin Hua Xiangyue and the others had never told Lu Menger what kind of identity Shen Xiang had. They only said that Shen Xiang and the world-defying stage ancestor god had a very deep relationship. Therefore, Lu Menger believed that Shen Xiang might have obtained the inheritance of the world-defying stage ancestor god. Otherwise, he would not have been able to control the 6 realms mirrors. Young Master Shen, my soul is already very strong. Right now, it's only because of the power of the ancient code that I'm unable to cultivate my sea of consciousness that my consciousness is very weak. Lu Menger said, If I want to cultivate my soul, I need to raise my physical body. After all, Lu Menger was someone who had lived for many years. Her soul could indeed be considered very strong in the 10 great worlds. However, in Shen Xiang's opinion, it was far from enough. Let's cultivate the soul first. Shen Xiang did not explain too much. All right, Yu is very good at cultivating the soul. I will ask her for advice. Lu Menger also listened to Shen Xiang. She accepted the white heavenly jewel and planned to study it in detail in the future. Young Master Shen, when do you plan to leave for the heavenly eternal empire? Lu Meng'er asked. She also wanted to quickly obtain a large amount of holy profound iron. If they had a large amount of holy profound iron, they would be able to quickly forge a lot of equipment, and they would have more confidence in facing the myriad races. The last time they faced the god horned beast, they suffered because they were not prepared enough. Wait for me to cultivate for a few more days. Right, Sister Meiyao and Xianxian, when are they coming? Xinxiang asked. Logically speaking, Su Meiyao and Xue Xianxian should be here soon, and Xue Xianxian had been following Lu Meng'er the entire time. They were in the world-defying stage before, but they had something to do and had to return to the 100 Flowers world. So they didn't come here for the time being. Lu Meng'er said, when they finish dealing with the matters of the 100 Flowers world, they will come here. Sister Menger, here are 30,000 heaven beads for you to test the transmission array. Xinxiang laughed. When the time comes, we will go to the heavenly Hung Empire and get the holy profound iron. After that, we will immediately teleport back here. That should be fine, right? Lu Meng'er took a look at the storage bag that Xinxiang handed over and was extremely shocked. Xinxiang actually gave her 30,000 heaven beads. So casually, these heavenly jewels were an astronomical figure to her. Xinxiang still had a lot of them, and these 30,000 heaven beads were nothing to him. Young Master Xin, don't worry. I will definitely create the most outstanding transmission array. Lu Meng'er was also full of confidence at this moment. I'm going back to the Starfire School. If there's anything, use the communication talisman to contact me. Xinxiang was in a hurry to go back and refine pills and cultivate. He was now at the 8th level of the Tao Person realm, so he could still continue to break through. Long Jiuxiao was also in the Starfire sect. He had to guard the entire Starfire city at all times. Xinxiang found Long Jiuxiao and also gave him some heavenly jewels for him to study. As for the equipment that Wang Shengzun gave him, because the quantity was limited, he had to give it to the most elite warriors. He only gave the 30,000 heavenly eagle dragon lion eggs to Long Jiuxiao and asked him to arrange for people to incubate them. Seeing this batch of heavenly eagle dragon lion eggs, Long Jiuxiao was pleasantly surprised. He understood the heavenly eagle dragon lion very well. He said that it grew very quickly, and as long as it was hatched and had enough rations, it would only take a month for it to reach adulthood, and its cultivation would be equivalent to the 8th or 9th level of the Tao Person realm. When Xinxiang found out that the heavenly eagle dragon lion was so powerful, he was also shocked. Uncle Long, what do the heavenly eagle dragon lion eat? It can't be that they want to eat humans, right? We can't let them eat us. Xinxiang immediately waved his hand. Don't worry, our dragon clan will definitely be able to raise this batch of heavenly eagle dragon lion. Long Jiuxiao patted Xinxiang's shoulder and laughed. The food that the heavenly eagle dragon lion eats, as long as we add dragon blood, it will be fine. We have dragon blood. That's great. Xinxiang was a lot more at ease. It's right for me to raise it. If it was raised by others, they might not be able to raise it well. Long Jiuxiao laughed. At that time, this batch of heavenly eagle dragon lion will be able to reproduce even more. Xinxiang told Long Jiuxiao about some of the matters regarding the world-defying stage divine palace, telling him to be on guard against the infiltration of the forces from beyond the heavens and to defend the Starfire City well. Chapter 4026. Seeing Lu Meng'er's reaction, Yan Xilan immediately sensed something and laughed. Elder Sister Meng'er, you haven't been in contact with young Master Xin for long, right? So you're sure that he's a good person? Didn't you all say that he was a good person? He has been of great help to our hundreds of flowers building. He even gave us such a precious sea of consciousness soul pellet. Lu Meng'er quickly defended himself. What else did young Master Xin give you? Yan Xilan laughed. Young Master Xin has long heard of your great name, and he has always wanted to meet you. I guess he must have prepared a gift for you. This. There is indeed a gift. Lu Meng'er took out the holy profound iron and said, It's this. He said that he still has a lot. Holy profound iron. Yen Xilin was also shocked. She, who often did business, naturally knew how precious the holy profound iron was. She would often go around helping Lu Meng'er collect holy profound iron, and after so many years, she had only collected a little. And Lu Meng'er had a big piece in his hands. No wonder you said that he's a good person. Yen Xilin laughed. This is a big gift. I won't take him for nothing. Young Master Shin said that if he wants to help me set up a formation in the Starfire City, I will definitely do my best to help him. Lu Meng'er was worried that Yen Xilin would let his imagination run wild, so he quickly explained. I'm a little worried about the Starfire City. Speaking of this, Yen Xilin sighed softly. Heavenly Flame Emperor will definitely not watch the Starfire City grow stronger. After all, this is his territory. This damned guy, doesn't he understand? Once the 10,000 races invades the 10 great worlds, his empire will instantly collapse. Lu Meng'er snorted coldly. No matter what, this is his territory now. It's better for us to be cautious, Yen Xilin warned. Oh right, where's young Master Shin? He's in the Starfire sect, Lu Meng'er said. Young Master Shin said that he wants to bring me to the Heavenly Eternal Empire. Does he know anyone in the Heavenly Eternal Empire? Yes, it was that Crown Prince Tianheng. That Crown Prince is still in the Starfire City. This Crown Prince has been of great help to young Master Shin. Yen Xilin said, since young Master Shin wants to go to the Heavenly Eternal Empire, then follow him and protect him well. Lu Meng'er nodded. She didn't ask any more questions. She was also a little annoyed right now because that Heavenly Flame Emperor would come to the 100 Flowers building tomorrow. She had to be very careful about this matter. She was very worried that this would cause the Heavenly Flame Emperor to make a move against the Meteor Trail City. Once the war started, it would be very difficult for the 100 Flowers realm to interfere, because they would not be able to mobilize their troops immediately. The Starfire City belonged to Xinxiang, and she was very afraid of bringing trouble to Xinxiang. Elder Sister Meng. The Heavenly Flame Emperor has always been pursuing you. This guy is too much. How is he worthy of you? Pestering you all day, Yen Xilin said with a face full of disgust. I really want to ask you and Zi Qian to assassinate him. Let's see how the talk goes tomorrow. If he still doesn't give up, I'll give him a chance. There's no need for Yu and Ziqian to do anything. I can deal with him myself. A cold light flashed across Lu Meng'er's eyes as he said, if he uses the Starfire City to threaten me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The current Lu Meng'er had the appearance of a divine weapon empress. Yen Xilin seemed to have noticed something as well. Lu Meng'er wanted to maintain the order of the Starfire City, just like how the Heavenly Flame Emperor wanted to cause trouble in the Starfire City. Should we tell young Master Shin about this? He has a lot of ideas, Yen Xilin said. I can take care of the Heavenly Flame Emperor. There's no need to tell him. Lu Meng'er said, what if there's a power from beyond the heavens behind the Heavenly Flame Emperor? Yen Xilin continued. Young Master Shin has the 6 realms mirrors. If there are experts from beyond the heavens, it would be much easier for young Master Shin to use the 6 realms mirrors to cooperate with you. / outsiders were still very strong, and Lu Meng'er was quite wary of them. I'll tell young Master Shin myself. Lu Meng'er thought for a while, and agreed to tell Xinxiang about this matter. Then I'll go rest first. Yen Xilin stretched lazily, then walked into the room, washed up, and went to sleep. Xinxiang, who was cultivating in seclusion in the Starfire School's forbidden grounds, ate the sacred mad blood pellet, and according to his own train of thought, he cultivated a Dao Yuan crystal in his heart. He already had a heavenly Dao seed in his heart, and that Dao Yuan crystal seemed to have merged with his heavenly Dao seed. Am I at the 9th level of the Dao person realm now? Xinxiang took out the 6 realms mirrors. He wanted to ask the Wang Shengzun. When the Wang Shengzun found out that Xinxiang had cultivated a Dao Yuan crystal, he was extremely shocked because it hadn't been long. Old Wang, in the outer world, What is the basis for determining the level of the Tao person realm? Shen Xiang asked. For example, what are the characteristics of the 9th and 10th levels of the Tao person realm? Chapter 40:27. After Lu Meng'er came out, he hurriedly tidied up his messy long hair while also anxiously tidying up his clothes. Seeing the strange look in Yan Xilin and Feng Rushue's eyes, with a hint of ambiguity in them, she immediately knew that the two girls must have misunderstood her and Xinxiang. Seeing Lu Meng'er's flustered look, Xinxiang knew that she was afraid of being misunderstood, so he laughed. Sister Zilan, Rushue, I just came from the Starfire sect. You might not know, but Elder Sister Meng, Uri's transmission array succeeded. As he spoke, he walked over to Lu Meng'er's side and skillfully helped her comb her soft and beautiful long black hair. Lu Meng'er did not reject him. Even if she wanted to reject him, she would be too embarrassed to push Xinxiang away. Furthermore, she had a sweet and warm feeling, which was very familiar, as if she had not felt it for many years. Transmission array? Yan Xilin said in shock. Doesn't that require heavenly jewels to try and open it? All these years, Yan Xilin had also helped search for heavenly jewels, so she knew the importance of heavenly jewels. Young Master Shin gave me a lot of heavenly jewels. Lu Meng'er heaved a sigh of relief. She was still worried that Yan Xilin and Feng Rushue would misunderstand that she had an intimate relationship with Xinxiang. Feng Rushue was only surprised that Xinxiang had gotten back together with Lu Meng'er so quickly. After all, she already knew that Lu Meng'er was Xinxiang's woman, so she thought that Lu Meng'er had recovered his memories. But now, it seemed that Lu Meng'er had not recovered his memories, and only subconsciously had an inexplicable good impression of Xinxiang. In addition, Xinxiang had given her many gifts, so she treated Xinxiang even better. Do you want to try the transmission array? Xinxiang laughed. That feeling is pretty good. He had already helped Lu Meng'er comb his hair, and Lu Meng'er also smiled at him to express his gratitude. I won't try any more. The heavenly jewels are so rare, we won't waste them. Yan Xilin said, If I had known earlier that the heavenly jewels were so important, I would have collected more when I was in the outer sky. Feng Rushue said with a face of regret, I don't have much right now, only 100,000. Huh. Yan Xilin and Lu Meng'er's voices at the same time. Over 100,000 heavenly jewels. That was a huge number. 100,000 heavenly jewels is not considered a lot in the outer world. Feng Rushue took out a storage bag and placed it on the table, saying, I'll give it all to you. I'm now a member of the 100 Flowers world, so don't be polite. Rushue, thank you so much. Yan Xilin immediately hugged Feng Rushue, and then Lu Meng'er also went over to hug her. Lu Meng'er also knew that Feng Rushue was a phoenix, and was also a good friend of Xinxiang. Hua Xiangyue even said that Feng Rushue and Xinxiang had a very good relationship. With a phoenix like Feng Rushue joining the 100 Flowers world, Lu Meng'er was naturally very happy, not to mention that Feng Rushue had contributed more than 100,000 heaven beads. 100,000 heavenly jewels is really not much. Don't be so polite. When Feng Rushue saw Yan Xilin and Lu Meng'er thanking her so enthusiastically, she was truly flattered and immediately explained with a smile. Indeed, not much. Xinxiang smiled and said, I still have a lot in my hands. Don't worry, when we go to the Heavenly Heng Empire, we might be able to get even more. Xinxiang guessed that there was a big shot like the Wang Xingzun in the Heavenly Heng Empire. If everything went smoothly, he would be able to borrow quite a few heavenly jewels. At this time, Yan Xilin took out a communication talisman and received the message. Then he frowned. That Heavenly Flame Emperor is here. This damned guy. I wonder what he's doing here. Lu Meng'er cursed in a low voice. Heavenly Flame Emperor, what is he doing here? Xinxiang realized that something was wrong. He asked anxiously, He's been harassing the elder Sister Meng all this time. We warned him a long time ago not to bother the elder Sister Meng. And he agreed at that time. There was indeed a long period of peace, but now he's sick again. Yen Xilin was also very helpless. Although these empires would definitely collapse once the powers from beyond the heavens entered the 10 great heaven and earth. Even now, they only existed in name. However, the Heavenly Flame Emperor was still strong, and he had a group of strong warriors under him, so he was not to be trifled with. Young Master Shin, I will take care of this matter. I guarantee that the Starfire City will not be involved because of this. Chapter 4028. Shen Xiang, who was hiding at the back of the hall, was quite surprised when he heard this. He had just killed the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable not long ago, and this Heavenly Flame Emperor had already become Heavenly Venerable Yen? The 10 great worlds Empyreans sounded very intimidating, but actually they were all lackeys of beyond the heavens' forces. If Heavenly Flame Emperor said that he was Celestial Venerable Yen, then he must have been fooled by the forces from beyond the heavens. After all, he was the great emperor of the great Yen Empire. Furthermore, Meteor Trail City existed within the great Yen Empire. No matter what your current identity is, you should be clear that the Starfire City was built by everyone together to protect themselves. No one can stop it. Yen Xilin said, I didn't say that I would stop the construction of Meteor Trail City, but if your 100-flower world doesn't send people to protect my Imperial City, then you can forget about having a good time in Meteor Trail City. Sky Flame Emperor threatened. With the current scale of Meteor Trail City, no matter how many people you have, you will all be destroyed in the end. An elder beside Heavenly Flame Emperor sneered. That's why I advise you to be smart and hug Celestial Venerable Yen's thigh tightly. Don't be stupid again. Your Starfire City is a granary in the eyes of outsiders. Heavenly Flame Emperor said disdainfully, I don't care about Starfire City at all. That despicable Long Jiu Xiao, deceiving so many people to leave the Imperial City and snatching manpower and resources, is what I can't tolerate. Long Jiu Xiao, who was at the back, was also a little angry when he heard this, but he was very calm. If Shen Xiang said that he would not make a move, then he would not make a move. Shen Xiang had also learned about the current situation in the Starfire City from Long Jiu Xiao not long ago. The scale of the Starfire City was getting bigger and bigger. After it was completely built, it would gather most of the population of the world. When the extraterrestrial forces learned of the existence of the Meteor Trail City, they also wanted to fight for this granary. No one wanted such a good granary to fall into the hands of the God Horn Beast clan. The scale of the expansion of Starfire City was even larger than what Shen Xiang had planned before. This was all because more and more people had joined in to participate in the construction. According to Long Jiu Xiao's current plan, the largest main city was one, and then there were 9 secondary cities surrounding the main city. Finally, there would be 100 great cities surrounding the 10 great cities. Moreover, these 100 great cities would all have very firm and thick walls, and they would form a super formation with the great cities and the great cities. This was a place where many small and medium-sized powers had joined, as well as a large number of people who could not afford to enter the Imperial City. They could only stake everything on one throw and bet everything on Starfire City. The reason why they saw hope and participated in the construction of the Starfire City was mainly because of Long Jiu Xiao's powerful prestige. You don't dare to look for the Heavenly Dragon Emperor, but you came to look for us. Do you think we are easy to bully? Lu Menger squinted his eyes, killing intent filling them. Of course not. That's because I pity you beauties. I'm very clear that if you stay in Starfire City, you will undoubtedly die, and you will only become the food on the plate of outsiders. Heavenly Flame Emperor laughed loudly and said, Meng, as long as you marry me, you can also quickly become an Empyrean. Celestial Venerable, I think he's a lackey of the outsiders, right? Shen Xiang suddenly walked out from the back of the hall. He signaled Long Jiu Xiao to continue hiding behind. When he came out, he saw that Heavenly Flame Emperor was a middle-aged man. He was tall and mighty, and his appearance was not too bad. Shen Xiang was not wearing a mask right now, and directly appeared with his true appearance. Even the Heavenly Flame Emperor and the old man beside him were secretly jealous of his handsome face. "You are Shen Xiang?" Heavenly Flame Emperor asked. He had heard Shen Xiang's voice before, and he had heard that Shen Xiang was very handsome, so he subconsciously asked. Lu Meng'er, Yan Xilin, and the others were immediately worried, because, in their opinion, Shen Xiang was still very weak against Heavenly Flame Emperor. If Heavenly Flame Emperor suddenly made a move, Shen Xiang would definitely be in danger. Therefore, the two of them immediately pulled Shen Xiang over and had Shen Xiang stand beside them. This way, they could protect him in time. Humph! I really didn't expect that the woman of the 100 Flowers world, who is rumored to be as pure as ice and as pure as jade, would actually raise a gigolo. The Heavenly Flame Emperor sneered, but his eyes and tone could not conceal the jealousy in them. "Don't spout nonsense," Lu Meng'er shouted angrily. "Quickly leave the 100 Flowers Tower, or else we won't be polite." "Lu Meng'er, do you really think I would be afraid of your 100 Flowers Tower now?" Heavenly Flame Emperor laughed angrily. "Forget about you guys. Even if Long Jiu Shao is here, I am not afraid of him." With that, Heavenly Flame Emperor tore off the black robe on his body. He was wearing a set of golden scaled armor, and with a single glance, one could tell that it was an armor made of dragon scales. The aura emitted by this set of armor was obviously from outer space. Lu Meng'er understood these things very well, so she immediately concluded that Heavenly Flame Emperor's armor had an extremely strong defense and was a powerful equipment from the sacred region. With the power of the 10 Great Worlds, it was difficult to break through it. Chapter 40:29. The ones who were the most shocked were the Heavenly Flame Emperor and the old man beside him. This was because they were very clear that this thing that suddenly appeared formed an incomparably powerful domain. None of them had seen the 6 Realms mirrors before. They had only heard of the rumors of the 6 Realms mirrors. However, based on what they had heard, they were unable to recognize the 6 Realms mirrors immediately. They did not recognize the 6 Realms mirrors, but they knew that this magic treasure was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, it was thrown out from the hands of a young man. Heavenly Flame Emperor now somewhat understood why Lu Meng'er was so good to Shen Xiang. It turned out that this young man was not simple. Not only was he able to defeat a cultivator at the 8th level of the Tao person realm at such a young age, he even had such a good thing in his hands. "I must get my hands on this thing," the old man said in a deep voice. "This kind of thing is a very powerful magic treasure, even in the sacred region. Perhaps even the strongest magic treasure in the sacred region would not be able to compare to it." Hearing the old man's words, Shen Xiang and the others knew that the old man was from the sacred region. Otherwise, he would not have understood it so clearly. The Heavenly Flame Emperor had indeed become a lackey of the powers beyond the heavens. "I'll go first." Feng Rushue shouted softly, then turned into a white flame and rushed towards the Heavenly Flame Emperor and the others. She was also holding 2 wing-shaped short blades in her hands. This strange-looking weapon was extremely domineering. She went over and ruthlessly slashed at the Heavenly Flame Emperor dozens of times. The 2 blades slashed at the Heavenly Flame Great Emperor's armor, creating a thunderous sound and creating shockwaves from the collision. The Heavenly Flame Emperor's armor was also slashed by the blade, but Feng Rushue's weapon was not damaged at all. It could be seen that Feng Rushue's weapon was very strong, and it posed a certain threat to the Heavenly Flame Emperor's armor. "Who are you? You are definitely not from the 100 Flowers world." The Heavenly Flame Emperor hurriedly dodged, and then his body released a burst of berserk power, pushing Feng Rushue back. "She has the power of the phoenix. She's not a human, she's a phoenix." The old man could actually see through it. Could it be that the snow phoenix that appeared before was her? At the same time that the Heavenly Flame Emperor was surprised, he also said excitedly This is great. This snow phoenix is actually such a beautiful woman. This is truly a gift from the heavens. Sky Sovereign Yen, it's better for the snow phoenix to pay tribute. Even in outer space, this type of phoenix is very rare. The old man said in a deep voice, "If you and I work together, we will definitely be able to capture these 3 women today. This domain artifact will also belong to us. At that time, the 2 women will be yours, and the rest will be handed over to me as a tribute." Heavenly Flame Emperor was extremely angry, but he did not say anything. This was because he knew very well that with his own strength, he would not be able to fight against Feng Ruxiue and Lu Meng. He had to get that old man to do it. "You do have some skills, but you are still too weak. I will now let you see how strong the power of the outer heavens is. It is not something that you 10 days of hell slaves can shake." The old man suddenly laughed wildly and took out a large bag. After the rope tied to the bag was removed, a large amount of reddish-black mist gushed out from the bag. Many little poisonous insects flew out. Those little poisonous insects looked very terrifying. They actually had a very sinister little human head. Its body was like that of a wasp, but its head was a hideous black skull. It was very frightening. "I knew you guys would use this move." Xin Xiang laughed coldly, and then the 6 realms mirrors started to spin, producing a devouring power. The poisonous insects that were flying toward Xin Xiang and the others were immediately sucked into the 6 realms mirrors. The old man, who had a proud smile on his face just now, gradually froze. These precious poisonous insects were all gone in the blink of an eye. Shan Xiang, only he felt that it was very funny. He himself was the ancestor of using poison, but these days outsiders always liked to use poison in front of him. Actually, the poison from outer space was very powerful, and the power of the 10 great worlds was indeed difficult to resist. It was just that they had met Xin Xiang, which was why they seemed so useless. "Ha ha ha, do you think I only have this move?" After the old man's expression froze, he immediately laughed out loud. Then he threw out a huge net from his storage magic treasure. On this huge white net, there were many things that flickered with red light. Upon closer inspection, one would know that those red lights were poisonous spiders. Chapter 4030. Not long ago, the 6 realms mirrors had appeared, and at that time it had attracted many experts of the Human King stage to investigate. And this news was mainly spread by the Tao Creation Divine Sect and the World-Defying Stage Divine Palace. There were not many people who had personally seen the 6 realms mirrors, and they could only vaguely feel the baleful aura of this peerless weapon. Now that the 6 realms mirrors was in Xin Xiang's hands, it no longer had that evil aura, so it was very difficult to tell that it was an extremely terrifying divine tool. Heavenly Flame Emperor felt more and more fear. How could the 6 realms mirrors be controlled by a young man? Who exactly was this young man? Without waiting for him to think too much, Xin Xiang's 6 realms mirrors had already slapped his head and directly extracted his soul. Xin Xiang took off the old man's storage ring and easily broke it open. It was not as difficult as the Wang Xingzun's. The old man's storage ring had 50,000 heaven beads and some holy, profound iron. From the looks of the things in his storage ring, he could be considered a person with some status. Elder Sister Meng, I'll give you all these heavenly beads." Xin Xiang passed the storage ring to Lu Menger. In Xin Xiang's eyes, it was just a few tens of thousands of heaven beads and a few holy profound iron. It was nothing, but in Lu Menger's eyes, it was a huge amount of wealth. "It's good that you're fine. Looks like I don't need to do anything." Long Jiuxiao laughed as he walked out. He knew that there was no need for him to do such a small thing. It was just that Shen Xiang was worried. Seeing Long Jiuxiao, Lu Menger and the others also politely greeted him. Long Jiuxiao exchanged a few pleasantries with them, then left the 100 Flowers Tower and returned to the Starfire School. Elder Sister Meng, the soul of the Heavenly Flame Emperor was captured by me, so he did not truly die. So, don't spread this matter out for the time being. I will arrange for it to be taken care of. Shen Xiang looked at the two corpses on the ground and warned, "We definitely won't tell anyone." Yan Xilan laughed. "Young Master Shen, you're so amazing. You saved us again." It's nothing. Actually, it's mainly because you guys did the most." Shen Xiang smiled and said, "You can have these armors. I don't need them. I have great use for this Heavenly Flame Emperor's corpse." As he spoke, he took off the 2 sets of armor. Although they were slightly damaged, they could be repaired and could be used again. These armors were very hard to come by in the 10 greater worlds. The armor was put away by Lu Meng'er. She was a refiner, so she could take it back and modify it in the future. Shan Xiang returned to the Starfire sect with the corpses of the Heavenly Flame Emperor and the old man. He even called for Zhao Jingzhong, the 3rd prince. Long Jiuxiao was also in the Forbidden Grounds, waiting for Zhao Jingzhong with Shen Xiang. The Heavenly Flame Emperor's corpse was placed on the ground. When Zhao Jingzhong arrived and saw the middle-aged man who resembled him, he was shocked. Of course, Zhao Jingzhong had been possessed in the first place. The soul in his body belonged to Black Bat, and now Shen Xiang was going to help Zhao Jingzhong upgrade his body. After the Crown Prince of Great Yen and the demon-killing Duke were killed, Zhao Jingzhong, the 3rd prince, was the best successor to the Heavenly Flame Emperor. However, with Zhao Jingzhong's current strength, there would still be many troublesome matters if he were to take over the position of Great Yen Emperor. Now that the Heavenly Flame Emperor had delivered himself to him, Shen Xiang planned to directly transfer Zhao Jingzhong's soul into the Heavenly Flame Emperor's body. When Zhao Jingzhong saw the Heavenly Flame Emperor's body, he was also a little excited. He knew what Shen Xiang was planning to do. "I will first transfer your soul to the Heavenly Flame Emperor's body. Then, I will refine the memories of the Heavenly Flame Emperor's soul into your soul." Shen Xiang said directly, "Young Master Shen, please begin." Zhao Jingzhong nodded. Under Long Jiuxiao's protection, Shen Xiang immediately began. Only Shen Xiang himself had a strong soul, which was why he could do it so easily. If it was anyone else, this kind of thing would be unimaginable to them. In less than half a day, with the help of Shen Xiang, Zhao Jingzhong had successfully possessed his father's body. Furthermore, he had obtained most of the memories and was familiar with everything about the Heavenly Flame Emperor. Chapter 4031. Shen Xiang took out his communication talisman and went to contact Wu Yujun. He would first greet him. During this period of time, he had not contacted Wu Yujun much. He also knew that this little girl was quite forthright. Although she did not pay attention to her during this period of time, as long as she had something to help with, she would not refuse. However, Shen Xiang tried, but was unable to contact him. Either there was a problem with Wu Yujun's communication talisman, or she was no longer in the Starfire City. Shen Xiang had seen Bai Su before, and she said that Wu Yujun often looked for them to play. After that, he immediately contacted Bai Su and asked her to help him contact Wu Yujun. However, Bai Su said that Wu Yujun said 2 days ago that she wanted to return to the Tianheng Empire and that she had something important to do. Wu Yujun definitely understood the situation in the Tianheng Empire very well, but she still wanted to go back, which meant that there was something very important. "Then I can only go to the Tianheng Empire with elder sister Meng, or first, and then look for Wu Yujun." Shen Xiang's previous trip to the Tianheng Empire was mainly to snatch the resources of the powers beyond the heavens. But now he had another goal, which was to disrupt the plans of the powers beyond the heavens in the Tianheng Empire. If possible, he still wanted to control the Tianheng Empire. This was all under the circumstances that he expected to be able to control the Tianheng Empire. If this matter did not succeed, then he could only defend the great Yan Empire to the death. Qin Xiang had told Long Jiuxiao before that he was going to make a trip to the Heavenly Hung Empire, and told him that the main goal of the powers beyond the heavens was still the world-defying stage Divine Palace, telling him to communicate more with Huang Jintian. He left the Starfire School and went straight to the 100 Flowers building to look for Lu Meng. Lu Menger had obtained many heavenly jewels from Xin Xiang, but she was not in a hurry to use them to set up the formation. This was because she had promised Xin Xiang that she would go to the Tianheng Empire with him. She had also told Xiao Xianglin about this matter before, but Xiao Xianglin did not object to it. She only told her to protect Xin Xiang well. Inside the 100 Flowers building, Yan Zilin and Feng Ruxue both knew that Xin Xiang and Lu Menger were going to the Tianheng Empire. They only warned Xin Xiang and Lu Menger to be careful, but they were not too worried. Lu Menger was so strong, and Shen Xiang had something like a 6 realms mirrors, and his soul was so strong. Their combination could completely dominate the divine wasteland. They didn't know that Xin Xiang had killed Saint Wang before, and Xin Xiang didn't want too many people to know about this. The Starfire City was currently very safe, with Long Ju Xiao and his men guarding it. Unless a large number of rankers from outer space attacked, it would be very difficult to break through. Shan Xiang and Lu Menger sat on top of the 6 realms mirrors and quickly left the Starfire City. The 6 realms mirrors flew high in the sky. Although its speed was very fast, sitting on the 6 realms mirrors was very stable and quiet. During the high-speed flight, they would have felt a fierce wind blowing towards them. But now that it was blocked by the 6 realms mirrors, it made Xin Xiang and Lu Menger feel very comfortable. The 6 realms mirrors can still be used like this. Lu Menger sat on top of the 6 realms mirrors, feeling a little uneasy. In her opinion, how could such a good divine artifact become a flying magic treasure? The 6 realms mirrors had been used by them for a period of time, but they had never treated the 6 realms mirrors as a flying magic treasure. This was also a form of respect they had for the 6 realms mirrors. That's how it was used in the first place. Xin Xiang laughed. There are many uses for the 6 realms mirrors. Lu Mengxi was wearing a light blue corset, and there was an obvious armor protecting her vital parts. Her hair was tied up in a high ponytail, and her face was covered with a thin veil. Chapter 4032. According to Sister Xiao Jing's plan, they had to wait for Xin Xiang's cultivation to break through another realm before they could search for the other 4 symbols, divine weapons. This would be safer and smoother. But now Lu Menger could sense the vermilion bird tenderness thread. She might not be able to resist the urge to search for it. With her feelings for the vermilion bird tender thread, it was hard to say whether or not she would take the risk. Young Master Xin, the main purpose of this trip is to help you. You don't have to take the matter of the vermilion bird string to heart. Lu Menger withdrew her gaze from the distance and said to Xin Xiang. Although she said so, Xin Xiang believed that Lu Menger would definitely come again alone in the future. Shen Xiang had asked Bai Yu before, and she had said that the 100 Flowers world was very persistent in finding the Sazaka silk, which was mainly because it was very important to Lu Menger. Sister Menger, after I finish my business, I will go with you to investigate. If there's any danger, we'll stay put for now. Xin Xiang said, since we're already here, there's no harm in investigating the whereabouts of the vermilion bird, tender thread. Xin Xiang didn't want Lu Menger to take risks by herself, so it was better for him to go with her. We'll see when the time comes. Lu Menger also didn't want to take Xin Xiang to take risks, so she didn't show any interest in investigating. Good. Let's go to the capital of the Heavenly Eternal Empire and see if we can find the cross-dressing crown prince. Shen Xiang nodded. If we can find her, it will be much more convenient for us in the Heavenly Eternal Empire. 100 Blossom Realm used to have businesses in the Heavenly Hung Empire, but they had all moved away during this period of time. Some moved to Meteor Trail City, while others returned to 100 Blossom Realm. Therefore, 100 Blossom Realm did not have any spies in the Heavenly Hung Empire. The speed of the 6 realms mirrors flying in the sky did not slow down. They had already entered the borders of the Tian Hung Empire. Little Sister Mirror when you took the four symbols' divine weapons, where did you go afterwards? Xinxiang asked. He wanted to understand the process, but little sister Xiao Jing didn't seem to have told him the details. Back then, little sister Xiao Jing guided the 100 Flowers world to create a new four symbols' divine weapons. Only after being refined by the 6 realms mirrors did it become a very powerful world, defying ancestral artifact. The refining process was very long, and the four symbols' divine weapons had been used by 100 Flowers universe before. But later on, the 6 realms mirrors took away the four symbols' divine weapons, and after many years, it gradually became a peerless weapon. And then it was sealed. Xinxiang suspected that the 6 realms mirrors had once flown out of the 10 great heavens and earth. Otherwise, the 6 realms mirrors and the four symbols' divine weapons would not be so famous outside the heavens. The 6 realms mirrors had abducted the four symbols' divine weapons for tens of thousands of years, which was enough to do a lot of things. I was lost for a period of time. I don't remember what happened during that time. Little sister Xiao Jing was a little annoyed and said softly, "Big brother, I'm really not lying to you. I only remember that I killed a lot of people from the evil forces during that period of time. Where did you kill him? Is it the 10 great heavens and earth?" Xinxiang asked. "I don't remember clearly." Xiao Jing's younger sister said, "Elder Sister Meng seems to be very concerned about the Sazaka silk. Why is that?" Xinxiang asked doubtfully. "It should be because in the depths of her soul, the Sazaka silk has done a lot of things with you, which is why she has a special feeling for the Sazaka silk." Little sister Xiao Jing said, "The Sazaka silk has left me for a very long time. Although I can sense it now, I am unable to grasp the specific situation." "Sazaka silk, is there such a thing as a blade soul dragon soul?" Xinxiang also suddenly felt very good. "Strange," he asked. "What have the other four symbols' divine weapons become now?" "The green dragon demon slayer is a bit special, so I can understand it. But I don't know about the rest. Maybe it's changed a lot." Little sister Xiao Jing said, "Big brother, don't worry. No matter how it changes, it will always be under your control." "Little sister Jing, can I give the Sazaka silk to elder sister Menga?" Xinxiang asked. "Of course," little sister Xiao Jing said. Xinxiang also hoped that he could quickly find the Sazaka silk. This way, Lu Meng would be much happier in his heart. Ever since he entered the heavenly eternal empire, Lu Meng seemed a little depressed after sensing the Sazaka silk. It was obvious that he was missing the Sazaka silk. After approaching the capital, the 6 realms mirrors stopped in the air. Lu Meng also became vigilant because she sensed that something was patrolling the sky above the city. It might be someone from outer space. The patrols of the heavenly eternal empire don't have this kind of aura. Lu Meng said in a low voice. Chapter 4033. To be able to sense the fluctuations of the communication symbol and then determine the location. This method must have come from beyond the heavens. The powers from beyond the heavens had a very strict control over the Tianheng capital. Even the connection between the imperial palace and the outside of the city would be investigated. Xinxiang told Lu Menger about the situation just now. "Young Master Xin, according to what you said, that crown prince must be under close surveillance. When we meet her, we must be careful." Lu Menger warned. "Elder Sister Meng, have you fought with Emperor Ling Feng before?" Xinxiang asked. Emperor Ling Feng was one of the 5 famous emperors in the 10 Great Worlds. Almost all the experts of the 10 Great Worlds had heard of Emperor Ling Feng. No, if he is only about the same as Heavenly Flame Emperor, or even slightly stronger than him, then there is nothing to be afraid of. Lu Menger said. Xinxiang was not afraid. Wang Shengzun could be considered an expert from beyond the heavens. Even the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable, who was killed previously, was respectful to Wang Shengzun. but Xinxiang was still able to kill Wang Xingzun. Not long after, the 6 realms mirrors flew to the Goat Horn Peak and landed on top of it. Xinxiang quickly dug a cave here and then hid inside with Lu Meng. Wu Yujun did not say when he would come, so Xinxiang and Lu Menger could only wait patiently. Young Master Xin, if the Tianheng Empire is controlled by the powers from beyond the heavens, it will be extremely difficult for us to break out of this situation. Lu Menger said, the only thing we can do is to try our best to convince the people of the Tianheng Empire to move to the Starfire City. She also knew that large cities like the Tianheng Empire were granaries in the eyes of the powers from beyond the heavens. Once the powers from beyond the heavens came, everyone in the city would be eaten as food. If we can destroy the construction of the powers from beyond the heavens, we can catch them off guard. Xinxiang said, the big cities of the Tianheng Empire are not safe. No matter what, it's better to gather most of the people in the Starfire City. That way it will be safer. Lu Menger said, this requires someone with a lot of prestige to come out and convince them. When the time comes, just let Uncle Long go. Xinxiang laughed. The name Long Jiuxiao should have enough prestige. Lu Menger nodded. She also hoped that the Starfire City would be able to gather most of the people from the world-defying world. When the divine horned beast clan invaded, they were well aware of the power of unity. At that time, the 10 major heavens and earth were in a state of disunity, so they were powerless against the divine horned beast clan. At this moment, Xinxiang's message talisman reacted. He immediately accepted the call, only to hear Wu Yujun's anxious voice. Young Master Xin, leave Goat Horn Peak immediately. Someone knows that I went to that place. I'm being followed right now. They're going to capture you. Wu Yujun said, do they know who I am? Xinxiang asked. They don't know who I'm meeting with. They only know that I might meet someone there. Wu Yujun said, there are people in the palace watching me closely. I really didn't expect that they would restrict me to this extent. Where are you? Do you need my help? Xinxiang anxiously said. I brought someone with me, don't worry. Wu Yujun knew that Xinxiang was very mysterious and had a group of experts behind him. When she found out that Xinxiang had experts by his side, she was secretly happy. Come directly to Goat Horn Peak. After Xinxiang finished speaking, he looked at Lu Menger. Lu Menger nodded in agreement. All right, Wu Yujun said, they are following me. I don't know who they are. I only know that they are from the outside world. Don't worry, no matter how many people come, I can take care of them. Xinxiang said confidently. Wu Yujun arrived very quickly. She was not disguised as a man, had a long braid, wore silver armor, and stepped on a flying magic treasure. Xinxiang and Lu Menger had already walked out of the cave and looked at Wu Yujun, who was flying over from afar. They did not see anyone following Wu Yujun. Lu Menger took out a mask and put on. He could only tell that she was a woman and could not see her appearance. If the divine weapon empress of the 100 Flowers world appeared here, it would definitely cause quite a stir, so Lu Menger could not expose himself. Chapter 4034. Seeing Lu Menger's stance, Wu Yujun also started to become nervous. She was still all right, but Lu Menger could not handle those people. She knew that Xinxiang was very strong at such a young age, but she only thought that Xinxiang was at most at the 7th level of the Dao Being realm and could defeat the 8th level of the Dao Being realm. If he were to face people at the 10th level of the Dao Being realm, and all of them were people who had cultivated Dao Yuan crystal, he would definitely not be able to defeat them. Young Master Xin, is this the only big sister you've brought to help? Wu Yujun looked around and said in a low voice, logically speaking, the bodyguard you brought should have appeared by now and protected you. From Wu Yujun's point of view, Xinxiang should have brought a lot of helpers. My only helper is this big sister. Xinxiang laughed. Miss Wu, don't look at how good she is at fighting. She's actually very beautiful, much more beautiful than you. What time is it now? Why are you still saying such things? Wu Yujun snorted. What's the use of being beautiful? I don't have any strength at all. Even if I'm captured, I'll only be reduced to a female slave. I would rather have a powerful body than a beautiful face. I have a very good-looking face, and at the same time I have powerful strength. Shin Xiang laughed. Your beautiful face has no effect on you. If a woman is beautiful and doesn't have the ability to protect herself, then it's very dangerous. Wu Yujun clenched his teeth. She really couldn't understand why Shin Xiang wasn't afraid. Right now, he had to face dozens of people from outside the sky. Miss Wu, you don't have to be too nervous. Even if we can't beat them, we can still escape unscathed, Lu Meng'er said calmly. In fact, she was not confident in her heart. After all, she had not faced an enemy from beyond the heavens for many years. Not long ago, she had just met one, and it was the old man beside the heavenly flame emperor. But before she could even fight, she was subdued by Shin Xiang using his 6 realms mirrors. And now he was facing dozens of them. Lu Meng'er knew that Shin Xiang had 6 realms mirrors, but he wasn't sure if it could restrict dozens of outsiders. Elder sister, from your voice, you should be very young, right? Are you from 100 Flowers World? Wu Yujun asked. Yes, Lu Meng'er nodded. Are you interested in joining 100 Flowers World? Good, good. I've been wanting to join for a long time. I tried so hard to show you my abilities. Why didn't you invite me? Wu Yujun suddenly felt a little excited, but when she thought of the adversity she was in, she frowned. You often challenge our 100 Flowers World and compete with us in alchemy in order to show off your strength? Lu Meng'er didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, We can't even tell that you're a woman disguised as a man. Miss Wu, you're a little funny. Shin Xiang chuckled. All right, it's my fault. I'm so good at pretending to be a man, and I'm so arrogant. The elder sister of 100 Flowers Heaven and Earth definitely can't tell that I'm a girl. Wu Yujun sighed in annoyance. Elder sister, I really have the heart to join 100 Flowers World. Don't have a bad impression of me. Miss Wu, to be honest. Although I am a man, 100 Flowers World's elder sister has invited me to join her many times. Shin Xiang giggled. Looks like you're not charming enough. Stop talking, we're all going to be finished. Wu Yujun bit his lips and said, It's all my fault. I trusted you too much and thought that you brought a lot of helpers. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come out to meet you guys. Little girl, what are you afraid of? Do you know where this big sister came from? Back then, she fought to the death with outsiders, and your ancestors weren't even born yet. Shin Xiang was still smiling mischievously. Damn child, you're shorter and younger than me, and you still call me a little girl? Wu Yujun could not bear it any longer, and pinched Shin Xiang's beautiful little face with all his might. Lu Meng'er was secretly envious. She had long wanted to pinch Shin Xiang's handsome little face like this, but as an elegant and noble elder sister Meng'er, it was very inappropriate for her to do so. Although her relationship with Shin Xiang was very good, as a big sister, how could she pinch his face so intimately? Little girl, little girl. I'm just shouting, what's wrong? Shin Xiang did not hold back. He also placed his hand on Wu Yujun's beautiful and exquisite face and pinched it randomly. Seeing the little guy messing around, Lu Meng'er sighed in his heart that it was good to be young. Wu Yujun, why did you sneak out? Suddenly a voice sounded. It was a very gloomy man's voice. It's you, little imperial advisor. Wu Yujun immediately stopped playing around with Shin Xiang. In fact, she had deliberately played around with Shin Xiang just now in order to reduce the nervousness and fear in her heart. Chapter 4035. Behind the young imperial advisor, many outsiders wearing golden armor appeared one after another. Seeing their equipment, Lu Meng'er immediately felt as if he was facing a great enemy. If one did not have a good enough weapon, it would be very difficult to break through the defenses of those outsiders. Previously, when she saw the Heavenly Flame Emperor and the old man, she thought that only people with high statuses would have that kind of armor. Who would have thought that just a few dozen random soldiers would have this kind of equipment? After so many years, the development of the outer sky was very fast. Realizing that it was very dangerous, Lu Meng'er immediately stood in front of Shen Xiang, holding a long sword tightly in his hand. Seeing the sword in Lu Meng'er's hand, the young imperial advisor was also a little curious, because one could tell that the sword was a weapon from beyond the heavens. Wu Yujun was also very nervous, because the other party had too many people. No matter how strong Lu Meng'er was, he was still outnumbered. Young imperial advisor, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Shen Xiang stood out from behind Lu Meng'er and laughed. You dozens of people are surrounding us. What kind of man are you? If we were to fight one-on-one, you wouldn't be my match at all. Ha ha ha. The young imperial advisor laughed out loud, then turned to the group of outsiders and said, Did you hear that? This brat actually said that he wants to fight me one-on-one. I haven't heard such stupid words in many years. Young Master Shen, come back quickly. Wu Yujun immediately pulled Shen Xiang back, and then hid behind Lu Meng'er with Shen Xiang. Are you really going to make a move? Lu Meng'er asked in a deep voice. A woman? Her strength isn't weak either. Could it be that she's from the 100 Flowers world? The young state preceptor's eyes immediately revealed an evil light as he smiled evilly and said, Miss from 100 Flowers world, take off your mask and let this young master take a look. If your appearance is passable and you serve me well, then I can consider letting you go. Shen Xiang once again jumped out from behind Lu Meng'er and shouted, Young imperial advisor, if you have the guts, we won't use weapons. How about it? Lu Meng'er and Wu Yujun could not understand why Shen Xiang was so persistent in fighting one-on-one with the young imperial advisor. They were not too clear about Shen Xiang and young imperial preceptor's strength. But in their view, young imperial preceptor was Empyrean's soaring wind sun. No matter how bad it would not be too bad. Little brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You're really annoying. Since you want to die, then come. The young state preceptor didn't have a weapon in his hand, and he wasn't wearing any armor. Young Master Shen, don't go. That guy is at least at the 9th level of Daorin realm. Wu Yujun held Shen Xiang's hand tightly. 9th level of the Taoist realm? I say, Your Highness, aren't you underestimating me too much? The young imperial advisor chuckled and said, I've long reached the 10th level of Daorin realm. After that, he looked at Shen Xiang and said with a smile, Idiot! Do you still want to fight me one-on-one? Just as he finished speaking, Shen Xiang immediately shook off Wu Yujun's hand and rushed behind the young state preceptor. Shen Xiang's speed was very fast, his movement technique was superb, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the young state preceptor. Even Lu Meng'er did not see how Shen Xiang went over. The young state preceptor was also stunned. He felt that there was someone behind him, and immediately turned his head to look. He only instinctively turned his head and didn't have any defenses, because in his eyes it was impossible for Shen Xiang to injure him. Besides, there were still dozens of outsiders here. He, the young state preceptor, was invincible. However, just as he turned his head and saw Shen Xiang wearing a mask, a fist fiercely rushed over and heavily smashed into his nose. The power of this punch was extremely terrifying. This was the first time Shen Xiang had used the Dao Yuan power to attack with his own body after cultivating the Dao Yuan crystal. Shen Xiang's fist, which was neither too big nor too small, created a bone-chilling crater on the young state preceptor's nose. That crater could fit an apple. The most terrifying thing was that the young state preceptor was not sent flying by this punch. It was obvious that in that instant, Shen Xiang had used his strength to stabilize his body and make him unable to move. When Wu Yujun saw the young state preceptor's miserable state, he was so scared that he couldn't speak. On one hand, he was scared by the crater on the young state preceptor's face, and on the other hand, he was scared by Shen Xiang's terrifying strength. Previously, when she was competing with Shen Xiang in the competition, Shen Xiang was stronger than her, but not by much. However, Not long after, he was actually able to heavily injure a 10th level Dao person realm cultivator with a single punch. Before the young state preceptor could even scream, Xin Xiang punched again. When the second punch landed on the young state preceptor's mouth, his teeth and bones were all shattered. The young state preceptor immediately fainted. After his soul was taken away, the storage magic treasure on his body was also taken away by Xin Xiang. Chapter 4036. After stripping off the armor, Wu Yujun laughed. Big sister, when do you plan to go to Emperor Ling Feng's lair? The current Wu Yujun was no longer afraid of Emperor Ling Feng. In her eyes, Lu Menger was an invincible existence in the 10 great worlds. Although she did not know why there was such a powerful person in the 100 Flowers world, she did not think too much about it. In any case, she would be a member of the 100 Flowers world in the future. Lu Menger looked at Shen Xiang because it was Shen Xiang who was looking for Emperor Ling Feng. The reason why Shen Xiang was looking for Emperor Ling Feng was to find that powerful force from beyond the heavens. Just like the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable, there was a king saint behind him. As long as he could find the power from beyond the heavens hidden in the heavenly eternal empire, he would be able to make a huge profit. Ever since he discovered the benefits of the heavenly jewels, Xin Xiang had hoped to obtain more heavenly jewels, as well as all sorts of materials from beyond the heavens. Let's go now, Xin Xiang said. Great. Old thief Ling Feng's death is here, ha ha ha. Wu Yujun was overjoyed. It could be seen how miserable she had been suppressed by Emperor Ling Feng previously. Miss Wu, why did you come back here from Starfire City? Although your chest is not small, you are not brainless. You shouldn't have done such a stupid thing. Xin Xiang laughed. Damn brat, why are you so bad? Wu Yujun hugged his chest, then glared at Xin Xiang and snorted, Little scoundrel! Miss Wu. Lu Menger also wanted to know why. Just call me Xiao Yu. Wu Yujun immediately hugged Lu Menger's arm and laughed. Elder sister, I will be your younger sister from now on. Don't be so polite. Xiao Yu, you must know that there is danger when you return to Tianhin capital. Why did you come back? Lu Menger asked. Because there is something hidden in the heavenly, eternal imperial tomb that is very important to my family. Emperor Ling Feng, that old thief, wants to touch the things in the imperial tomb. I can't let him succeed. Wu Yujun said. And then you came back just like that? Don't you have a thorough plan? Aren't you sending a lamb to a tiger's den? Xin Xiang curled his lips and said, I'm still your sweetheart. No matter what, you have to discuss it with me. What? When did you become my sweetheart? Wu Yujun tenderly snorted and said, Narcissistic brat. Do you really think that anyone who sees you will fall in love with you? What is hidden in the mausoleum? Xin Xiang chuckled and said, I'm very interested in this kind of treasure. Don't worry, I'm just looking. I won't take it. Seeing the look in Xin Xiang's eyes, Wu Yujun curled her lips and said, Look at you, I know you're thinking about it. I'm already your sweetheart. What's yours is mine. Xin Xiang giggled. He was deliberately teasing Wu Yujun. In fact, he was only curious about the items in the Imperial Mausoleum. He did not intend to take them. After all, they belonged to others. Damn brat, aren't you being too greedy? It's fine if you're thinking about my family's things. But you still plan to take me in? Wu Yujun could not hold it in any longer and walked over to pinch Xin Xiang's face. Xiao Yu, if the Imperial Mausoleum's things are very important to you, I will help you protect them. Lu Menger said, You can also be at ease in the 100 Flowers world in the future. You won't have any worries. Elder sister, the Imperial Mausoleum's things cannot fall into the hands of the old thief Ling Feng. I can give it to you, as long as you can get it. Wu Yujun immediately said to Lu Menger very gently. Xin Xiang said snappily, You little girl, why do you have two faces? Your attitude towards the elder sister Meng are so good, but you treat me like this. What, elder sister Meng? Elder sister, you are Lu Menger? Wu Yujun immediately looked at Lu Meng'er in shock. Of course, she had heard of Lu Meng. This was a very famous divine weapon empress. Yes, I am Lu Meng'er. Lu Meng'er took off her mask, and her incomparably beautiful face immediately caused Wu Yujun to become infatuated. Elder Sister Meng, you're so beautiful. Wu Yujun seemed to have seen the person he admired the most, and then pounced over and hugged Lu Meng'er. Lu Meng'er smiled faintly. Xiao Yu, why don't we go to the Imperial Mausoleum first? I don't want your family's things. I'll help you take them. Elder Sister Meng. If you don't want them, then I'll give them to little brother Shin. Wu Yujun laughed. Actually, I don't want the family's things either. It's been so unlucky to leave them in the pile of corpses for so many years. No one wants trash, and then you're forcing it on me. Shin Xiang rolled his eyes. Chapter 4037. Wu Yujun was extremely envious of Shin Xiang's magic treasure. Not only did it have a strong power, it could also be used as a flying magic treasure. It had to be known that most of the flying magic treasures in the 10 Great Worlds were extremely weak. Sometimes they would be damaged after colliding with birds and beasts. For example, Shen Xiang's 6 Realms mirrors could even break through that kind of armor, so it was definitely not afraid of any birds or beasts. Over there! Wu Yujun pointed in a direction and said, Right now they are only surrounding my Tianheng Imperial Tomb and have not entered. They will not be able to enter in a short period of time. Shen Xiang controls the divine mirror of 6 paths and flies to the direction pointed by Wu Yujun. The flying speed is very fast in a moment, but there is no feeling on the divine mirror of 6 paths. It is very stable and reaches a very high speed. Shin Xiang sat down and laughed. This is the first time you've experienced such a fast speed, right? Look at your expression. It's as if you've never seen the world before. I'm just worried that I'll suddenly fall. Wu Yujun was indeed shocked just now, so she sat down as well. Xiao Yu, what's going on with that vermilion bird egg? Lu Meng'er asked. How long has it existed? I'm not too sure how long it has existed either. I only know that there is a vermilion bird egg in our Tianheng Imperial Tomb. Wu Yujun sighed. Our clan's ancestor, before we established the Tianheng Empire, once possessed the Suzaku silk. How did they get the Suzaku silk? Lu Meng'er asked. This divine weapon had a very special and deep relationship with her. She wanted to know what the Suzaku silk had gone through. I obtained it by chance, but the ancestor and the others were unable to use it. They only enshrined the Suzaku silk. Wu Yujun said, My grandmother said that the reason why our Wu family was able to establish an empire was all because of the power brought by the Suzaku silk, which made us very strong. What kind of power did it bring? Shin Xiang interrupted and asked. Cultivating beside the Suzaku silk will allow one to cultivate even stronger blood energy. Furthermore, the flames released by those who use flames are also very terrifying. Wu Yujun said, We have been enshrining the Suzaku silk for about a few thousand years. Then one day, the vermilion bird, tender thread disappeared, and only an egg was left on the divine altar. Wu Yujun said as she took out a very large crystal with the image of an egg on it. This is the vermilion bird egg? Shan Xiang looked at it carefully. This egg was emitting flames, and there was a purplish-red vermilion bird totem on the surface of the eggshell. How big is it? Lu Meng'er also felt that it was very mystical. She never knew that the vermilion bird, tender thread, could lay eggs. He's as tall as a person. This is our family's secret. But my father, that idiot, in order to obtain the cultivation method, he told this secret to that old bastard Ling Feng. Then, that old bastard Ling Feng told that guy from outer heaven. Wu Yujun was very angry when she mentioned this matter. What about your father? He should be heavenly great emperor now, right? Shin Xiang still looked at the egg, and then secretly told little sister Little Mirror about it. He's been missing for many days. My grandparents already knew that he wasn't reliable. That's why they instructed me to protect the vermilion bird egg a long time ago." Wu Yujun sighed. "Grandfather warned me again and again that the vermilion bird egg must not fall into the hands of outsiders. But my father, that unfilial son, actually gave it to outsiders." "Did your grandfather tell you what's inside the vermilion bird egg?" Lu Menger wanted to be like Xin Xiang, staring at the crystal vermilion bird egg, hoping to see what was inside. "I asked them, and they said they didn't know either." Wu Yujun shook her head and said, "Elder Sister Meng, I'll give this egg to you. Consider it my entry fee for joining the 100 Flowers world. This is very important to your family." "I can't take it." Lu Menger shook his head lightly. Her main goal was still the vermilion bird, tender thread. She believed that this egg was related to the vermilion bird, tender thread, but it wasn't too important. "I already said that I'll give it to you. You just have to take care of me like a little sister in the future." Wu Yujun hugged Lu Menger's arm and then made a face at Xinxiang. At this time, little sister Xiao Jing suddenly said to Xinxiang, "Big brother, I remember now. The vermilion bird, tender thread, has a special ability, which is to reproduce itself." Xinxiang was shocked. A divine artifact could reproduce on its own? If that's the case, what could be inside the egg? Xinxiang asked anxiously. "Of course it's the vermilion bird, tender thread." "No, it's the little vermilion bird, tender thread." Little sister Xiao Jing said, "Big brother, this is actually not difficult to understand. It's the ability of the divine tool to replicate itself. Why does the vermilion bird, tender thread, have this kind of ability?" Shen Xiang was pleasantly surprised in his heart. If that was the case, wouldn't it be possible to replicate many of them? Back then, I went to the outer world, and a lot of things happened. At that time, I brought the 4 symbols divine weapons out. The vermilion bird, tender thread, should have obtained this ability during that time. Little sister Xiaojing said, "I can't remember the specifics." Shen Xiang was now even more impatient to enter the imperial tomb and take away the egg. "Big brother, that egg should need the 6 realms mirrors to hatch. It's useless for others to get it." Little sister Xiaojing said. Chapter 4038. Young Master Shin, don't continue flying for the time being. Stop here and let me observe. Lu Menger said. She wanted to carefully observe the situation of the lake. The 6 realms mirrors hovered in the air, and was even invisible, so it was impossible to see the 6 realms mirrors from the outside. Knowing that the 6 realms mirrors could become invisible and it was difficult to discover from the outside, Wu Yujun became even more envious. "Xiaoyu girl, your family's imperial mausoleum is so sturdy. What are you worried about?" Shen Xiang also saw that the huge palace in the middle of the lake was enveloped by a layer of barrier. Beneath the entire lake, there were a large number of spar. The various array formations and barriers of the imperial mausoleum were maintained by absorbing the energy of the spar vein beneath the lake. They won't be able to enter in a short period of time, but after a long time, they won't be able to wait any longer and will use violent and barbaric methods. This will destroy my family's imperial mausoleum. Wu Yujun said, "They haven't made a move yet, mainly because they're worried that they will damage the egg. Elder Sister Meng, I can go over and try to see if I can break the formation." Shen Xiang said the 6 realms mirror's ability to break the formation was very strong. "Entering the imperial mausoleum is not a problem. I'm just observing what kind of method the imperial mausoleum's enchantment is." Lu Menger said, "There's no harm in being safe." Shen Xiang was a little impatient at this time. He wanted to see what was inside the egg. "Elder Sister Meng, there's nothing to worry about." Shen Xiang believed that his 6 realms mirrors and green dragon demon slayer did not have any opponents in the 10 great worlds. "I have another worry." Lu Menger looked at the sky and said, "Young Master Shin, according to what you said, if the vermilion bird egg gives birth to a small Sazaka thread, Something else might happen. What is it? Seeing Lu Menger's serious expression, Wu Yujun anxiously asked. Heavenly tribulation. After Shen Xiang thought about it, his expression gradually became serious. Perhaps the barrier of this place is to block the perception of the heavenly tribulation. Lu Menger said, if we forcefully break it open or bring the vermilion bird egg out, it is very likely that we will be attacked by the heavenly tribulation. It is indeed very likely that it will attract heavenly tribulation. Shen Xiang nodded. The barrier of this place is really of a certain standard. It doesn't seem like it can be set up by the people of the 10 great worlds. Shen Xiang also let little sister Xiao Jing sense it. If this was really the case, then he would have to be careful when he took the vermilion bird egg. The vermilion bird tenderness thread can grow on its own, but I don't know to what extent it has grown. Even if it's something bred from the vermilion bird's tender thread, it's still very terrifying. Lu Menger said, after all, this kind of thing is already very heaven-defying. A divine artifact that could reproduce on its own was indeed heaven-defying. It was normal for it to attract a heavenly tribulation. If we take away that vermilion bird egg, we will have to face heavenly tribulation. Shen Xiang let out a long sigh. I wonder if the heavenly tribulation of the 10 great worlds is strong. Very, very strong. Lu Menger said with a serious expression. If the vermilion bird egg can really attract heavenly tribulation, this place will be destroyed. Ah, our clan's ancestor has never said such a thing. When Wu Yujun heard the conversation between Shen Xiang and Lu Menger, he was also secretly afraid. This barrier shouldn't be something that your clan's ancestor can set up, Lu Menger said. From the looks of it, it would be difficult for anyone in the 10 great worlds to set it up. The reason why she had observed carefully before was because she wanted to see the method of this array formation. Set up by outsiders? Shen Xiang said in surprise. Could it be that many years ago, outsiders came here to search for the vermilion bird tenderness thread? There's nothing strange about that. The 4 symbols divine weapons is very famous in the outer world, and the various powers in the outer world have been trying their best to find it. For symbols divine weapons, Lu Menger said, if it was really set up by outsiders, then why didn't they take the egg away? Wu Yujun asked doubtfully. They can't hatch it, or perhaps they don't dare to take it away, worried that the heavenly tribulation will descend. Lu Menger said, even if they are outsiders, they will still appear very weak in the face of the heavenly tribulation. Elder Sister Meng, then can you go in? Wu Yujun asked. Of course I can, but I need time. Xiao Yu, since this is your family's, then you should have a way to enter, right? Lu Menger asked. Of course. Wu Yujun laughed. I can easily bring you in, but the prerequisite is that we have to quietly approach the imperial tomb. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm already thinking about how to break the formation. Shen Xiang curled his lips and said, You didn't ask. Wu Yujun said worriedly. Elder Sister Meng, the vermilion bird egg will attract heavenly tribulation. Will we be able to block it when the time comes? Chapter 4039. When Wu Yujun arrived here, it was as if she had returned home. She was happy as if she was celebrating the new year. She was as happy as a child, skipping and running in front to lead the way. Shen Xiang guessed that Wu Yujun might have been very happy here when she was young, so she had beautiful memories of this place. Lu Menger was somewhat worried. She quickly ran to the front, pulled Wu Yujun's hand, and warned, Xiao Yu, don't be careless. There's nothing to be afraid of. This is my territory. I know this place very well. Wu Yujun giggled and said, Sister Meng, thank you for caring about me. No one has cared about me like this for many years. You are just like my sister. Shen Xiang followed behind, curled his lips, and said, Xiao Yu girl, are you trying to gain sympathy? You, this person, always think of people so bad. Wu Yujun lightly snorted and said, To Xinxiang rolled a big white eye. Xinxiang also ran up, pulled Wu Yujun, and said with a smile, "Sister Xiaoyu, I'm a little scared. Holding your hand will give me a sense of security." Wu Yujun wanted to vigorously shake off Xinxiang's hand, but strangely, she couldn't shake it off at all. Xinxiang's hand seemed to be glued to her jade hand. He didn't use any strength to grab her, but she couldn't shake it off. "Humph, you only know how to take advantage of me. Little rascal." Wu Yujun had no choice but to let Xinxiang hold her delicate little hand. In her opinion, it was just holding hands. She didn't suffer much. "Stingy brat, you won't even let me hold your hand." Xinxiang released Wu Yujun's hand, then ran over and pulled Lu Meng'er, and said with a smile, "My sister Meng is still the most generous." Lu Meng'er only lightly smiled. In her eyes, Xinxiang and Wu Yujun were 3 times more lively. This kind of atmosphere was not bad. Wu Yujun gritted her teeth. She could only grumble a few times. Xinxiang pulled Lu Meng'er for a while, and then ran over to pull Wu Yujun. He was now very familiar with these 2 beauties. Although Wu Yujun often bickered with him, she didn't hate him at all. On the contrary, their relationship was developing well. Along the way, Xinxiang and Wu Yujun played around happily. Although Lu Meng'er watched them play around, he did not relax at all. After all, this was an unfamiliar place. Moreover, it was very special. There was a very powerful formation barrier outside. It was a technique from beyond the heavens. As such, if there was any danger in the mausoleum, it would definitely come from the power of the outer heavens. Because Wu Yujun had lived here for a period of time when she was young, even though it was very gloomy here, she was not afraid. Along the way, she fooled around with Xinxiang. "Open the door in front, and you will reach the holy hall in the imperial mausoleum. There are many coffins in that place." Wu Yujun pointed to the front and said, "The vermilion bird egg is hidden in the holy hall." There were many passageways along the way, and every one of them was very luxurious. After being lit up, they were all dazzling. However, many of the passageways led to various traps. If one went the wrong way, it would be very dangerous, and they might even be trapped inside. Only Wu Yujun knew the way, so she could always choose the right path and door to enter at the fork in the road. "I'll go open the door. You guys stay here and don't move," Lu Meng'er warned. Previously, at the fork in the road, there were some places that needed to be opened, but now there were 5 doors in front of them. Each door was very big, and they were all exactly the same. Wu Yujun pointed to the leftmost door and said, "You need this jade talisman to open it." Wu Yujun threw the jade talisman in his hand to Lu Meng. After Lu Meng'er received the jade talisman, he walked over to open the door. He had opened it many times before, and there was no danger every time, so Xinxiang was not too worried. However, this time, after Lu Meng'er used the jade talisman to touch the door actually bounced open by itself, and then a strange smell gushed out. That strange smell was not stinky, but rather fragrant. "It's poison." Xinxiang immediately took out the 6 realms mirrors, then threw out a rope with a wave of his hand, binding Lu Meng'er, who was standing motionless, and pulled her to his side. Wu Yujun, who was at the side, was also unable to move, and her face had turned snow white, covered in frost. Only her 2 eyeballs could still move. Chapter 4040. Xinxiang could be considered to have met a very strong outsider this time. These people were actually even stronger than that Wang Shangzun. He did not know what was going on, because he did not understand these black-haired men, coupled with the fact that Lu Meng'er and Wu Yujun were both poisoned. He did not have the mood to continue fighting. The vermilion bird egg was still in the sacred hall, and the black-haired man had not gotten his hands on it yet, so Xinxiang was not in a hurry. After controlling the 6 realms mirrors to become invisible, he used his fastest speed to fly out of the door, and then quickly flew through the passageway. When the 6 realms mirrors was flying, it completely concealed its aura, and Xinxiang had even released a lot of things that could confuse their senses, all of which were refined using heavenly jewels. Therefore, he quickly shook off the black-haired man. Fortunately, there were many complicated passageways and doors in the mausoleum. After running around for a while, even the black-haired man would be confused. Shin Xiang had now entered a stone room. There were originally traps and arrays inside, but after Shin Xiang entered, the 6 realms mirrors quickly broke through the traps and arrays. Shin Xiang released the glowing stone, illuminating the dark stone room. The poison in Wu Yujun's body had been introduced into the 6 realms mirrors by Shin Xiang just now, and she was gradually recovering. Lu Menger recovered faster than her and seemed to be fine. However, the poison was very strange after all, and even Lu Menger was unable to defend against it. So Shin Xiang was still very worried. Elder Sister Meng, you're not completely healed yet. Shin Xiang gently held Lu Menger's hand, and then injected his own consciousness into it to investigate. That poison was about to dissolve my bones and muscles just now. If I didn't suppress the spread of the poison in time, I'm afraid I would have already turned into a pool of blood. Lu Menger still had lingering fears. Hearing Lu Menger talk about the power of the poison, Wu Yujun couldn't help but shiver. Turning into a pool of blood, Wu Yujun's scalp went numb just thinking about it. Lu Menger and Wu Yujun were both very surprised. Shin Xiang was actually fine, and it seemed like he did not do anything to protect himself from the poison. The most powerful thing was that Shin Xiang could quickly suppress the spread of the poison. They had heard that Shin Xiang was very good at detoxifying poisons. He could always easily deal with all kinds of strange poisons. Alchemy and poison were inseparable. Back then, Shin Xiang had collected a lot of strange poisons and defeated a lot of people who were stronger than him. Furthermore, he had saved himself many times with poisons. To Shin Xiang, using poison to detoxify was already an innate ability. Fortunately, it hasn't started to dissolve yet. Shin Xiang heaved a sigh of relief and said, "After that kind of poison enters the body, it needs to absorb and devour blood and qi as energy. Then it replicates and strengthens itself before it can spread. That's why the poison didn't spread so quickly. Brother Shin, thank you so much for what you did just now. If it weren't for you, Sister Menger and I would have been finished." Wu Yujun thought about it and felt a lingering fear. "Xiao Yu, why are there so many powerful outer sky people inside?" Lu Menger asked. Just now, the 6 realms mirrors had collided with an outsider, but that person was completely fine. One had to know that when Shin Xiang met the young state preceptor outside the city, the 6 realms mirrors had easily broken through the strong armor of that group of outer sky people. I don't know. Wu Yujun shook her head and said with a guilty expression, "I'm sorry, I almost harmed you." They didn't enter through the passage. Shin Xiang recalled the scene in the sacred hall just now and frowned. "I suspect that they were teleported in." Teleportation? Lu Menger frowned slightly, then nodded slightly and said, "It's very possible. Xiao Yu, the sacred hall may have a teleportation array that can be teleported in from the outside." Shin Xiang said, "If I'm not wrong, only your father should know the teleportation entrance." "This. Impossible," Wu Yujun shouted, unable to accept this fact. Because since she was young, her grandparents often said that the responsibility of guarding the vermilion bird egg was on her shoulders, and only she knew the secret passage to enter the sacred hall. His father had never been favored, and now he had betrayed the family's vermilion bird egg, but he could control the entrance of the teleportation array? Your father. After all, he is in charge of the entire Tianheng Empire. Lu Menger gently touched Wu Yujun's face and said, "Adult matters are sometimes very complicated. It is very difficult for children to understand." Chapter 40-41. Shin Xiang already had a rough understanding of the ape demonic dragon. Since he knew about it, then it would not be difficult to deal with it. "Old Wang, how can we break through the ape demonic dragon's defense?" Shin Xiang said, "Not only is their lair fur very special, their skin and flesh should also be very tough, right? In the sacred region, there is currently no particularly effective method to control them. I only heard that there are very few ape demonic dragon, mainly because they reproduce very slowly. Wang Shangzun said, "As for how to restrain them, I really don't know. How many of them are there?" Shen Xiang saw that the ape demonic dragon was so powerful, if there were many of them, then they could do whatever they wanted in the 10 great worlds. "About 1,000,000, Wang Shangzun said. "It sounds like a lot, but it's very little in the sacred region. There are many races in the sacred region, and small races usually have a few million people. Large races have tens of millions of people. If all of the millions of ape demonic dragon came to the 10 great worlds, it would be very scary. Because the sacred region is very big and the ape demonic dragon is very scattered, they usually come together in dozens or hundreds." Wang Shangzun continued, "Since you've met a few, it means that there are at least a few dozen more behind them." Shen Xiang suddenly thought of a move, which was to think of a way to catch one, so that he could study how to restrain them. He was the best at this kind of thing. After all, he was very familiar with all kinds of powers. As long as he used his divine sense to sense and analyze them, he would be able to think of a way to restrain them. After all, this world-defying stage universe was created by him. Even if it was not under his control now, the power of the world-defying stage universe's laws had always been closely related to him. Shen Xiang communicated with little sister Xiaojing again. Little sister Xiaojing had never heard of the ape demonic dragon before, so she only suggested that Shen Xiang try using the green dragon demon slayer. Shen Xiang had also thought of the green dragon demon slayer just now. The power in the ape demonic dragon's body belonged to the evil demon power, and the green dragon demon slayer might be able to restrain it. Furthermore, the ape demonic dragon was considered a variant with dragon blood in its body, and the green dragon was a very powerful dragon. The dragon power that erupted from it could very likely suppress the ape demonic dragon. "Young Master Shen, what should we do next?" Wu Yujun asked in a low voice. She now knew that Shen Xiang was very powerful, so she could only listen to Shen Xiang's opinion. Lu Menger was also looking at Shen Xiang, because she didn't know what to do now, because she couldn't resist the poison in the ape devil dragon's body. "From now on, I can only deal with them myself." Shen Xiang said, "The poison that poisoned you before was not their most powerful one." "What? Isn't that the most powerful one?" Wu Yujun was shocked. After all, even elder sister Menger was poisoned by that poison. They have an even more powerful poison? Lu Menger also found it hard to believe. It was not like she had never fought with an expert from beyond the heavens before. Back then, the divine horned beast had used many poisons, but none of them were as strong as this one. It had to be known that the current Lu Menger was even stronger than back then, and she had mastered all kinds of anti-poison methods. But it was impossible just now. That smell is naturally emitted from their bodies. However, it already contains a highly toxic poison. If they bleed or deliberately release the qi from their bodies, it would be even more terrifying. Shen Xiang said, "That kind of guy in the sacred region, all the major powers would take a detour when they see him. How did my father hook up with them?" Wu Yujun clenched his teeth and said, "Damn father, is he not poisoned? I really hope he's poisoned. That's why I can only deal with them." Shen Xiang laughed. "Don't worry, I already have a way. Furthermore, their strength lies in the poison in their bodies, as well as their special fur and powerful bodies. Isn't that enough? Just based on their strength in these few aspects, they are invincible." Wu Yujun hurriedly shook his head. "Young Master Shin, you can't go look for them. Let's hurry back the way we came. We don't need the vermilion bird egg anymore. Young Master Shen, let's go." Lu Menger also gave up on the vermilion bird egg. There are gains and losses. Those guys are born with the ability to emit strange poison. This means that they will be lacking in some aspect. Shen Xiang said, "Their bodies are strong, but they definitely have weaknesses." Shan Xiang would definitely not leave. Since he was already here, he had to take a look at the vermilion bird egg, no matter what. No matter what, the vermilion bird egg was still the little vermilion bird's tender thread, and could be considered, after the 4 symbols, divine weapons. That was also something that belonged to him, Xinxiang. Don't worry, when the time comes, I will control the 6 realms mirrors to fly over. You guys wait for me here. If I can't beat you, then jump up and run. There's no danger. Xinxiang laughed. What? This thing is a 6 realms mirrors. Wu Yujun's beautiful and exquisite face was immediately filled with shock. The legendary number 1 world-defying stage ancestral artifact, the number 1 peerless weapon, was actually being controlled by a young man. Xinxiang had accidentally let it slip just now. He did not want Wu Yujun to know. No, I was just casually saying it. Xinxiang helplessly rolled his eyes. Chapter 4042. Just as Wang Shengzun had said, when the ape demonic dragon used poison, it was extremely terrifying. The ape demonic dragon in front of him roared loudly, and at the same time, a black mist gushed out of its mouth. Xinxiang immediately used his powerful consciousness and combined it with the Tao elemental energy to form a protective barrier, enveloping himself within it. He was not afraid of the poison, but he was afraid of smelling the ape demonic dragon's bad breath. Wang Shengzun had reminded him before that as long as he smelled the stench, it would be the time for the ape demonic dragon to use poison. When the ape demonic dragon spat it out, the invisible Xinxiang was also exposed, and the other ape demonic dragon immediately roared at Xinxiang, spitting out a large amount of black mist. Lu Menger and Wu Yujun, who were on top of the 6 realms mirrors, were wrapped in a protective barrier, so they could not sense the situation outside. However, when they saw the 2 ape demonic dragon roaring, they knew that they were spitting poison. Lu Menger and the others were extremely tense. If Xinxiang was poisoned, he would definitely die. The ape demonic dragon's roar sounded a bit like a dragon's, but it did not have the aura and majesty of a true dragon. At this moment, in front of the sacred hall's gate, a large amount of black mist was churning, and the 2 ape demonic dragon were continuously spewing out poison gas. They were also very shocked because they saw that not only did Xinxiang not fall, he was also completely fine. His aura was very stable, and the energy in his body was very abundant. According to their understanding of the strength of the humans in the 10 Great Worlds, as long as they were hit, most people would melt into a pool of blood. But now that person was still standing there with his back straight. Roar. Xinxiang also roared. It was the Azure Dragon roar. The Tao elemental energy that he roared out was activated through the Azure Dragon divine art. The sound wave carried the Tao elemental energy and contained the power of purification. In the blink of an eye, the black poison mist was completely purified. Golden elemental energy? Who are you? One of the ape demonic dragon said in surprise. He had also seen that the person in front of him was actually just a youth. I'm not a human, I'm a little bug. That's what you called me just now, right? Xinxiang said while beaming. Today, I will let you all see that my little bug from the 10 Great Worlds is not someone to be trifled with. Little bug, I let you run away. You actually came back to die. The demonic ape dragon was furious. The 2 demonic ape dragons could see that the young man in front of them was a little strange, but they were confused by Xinxiang's appearance. In their eyes, a youth was a youth. Moreover, he was someone from the 10 Great Worlds. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't be that strong. The 2 demonic ape dragons rushed towards Xinxiang. They wanted to attack him in close combat. The most frightening thing was that the black hair on their bodies actually stood up as the elemental energy in their bodies circulated. The black fur instantly turned into black needles. Their entire bodies were covered with these black needles. If they were touched, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xinxiang observed even more carefully. The tips of the needles had very, very fine holes. If they were pierced, a large amount of venom would gush out from the needle and inject into the target's body. These demonic ape dragons were indeed terrifying. It was no wonder that everyone in the sacred region would take a detour when they saw them. Lu Meng'er could also see that those needles were the most powerful weapons on the demonic ape dragon's body. Originally, when she and Wu Yujun saw Shen Xiang purifying the poison mist, they had already heaved a sigh of relief. They thought that Shen Xiang had a high chance of defeating the demonic ape dragon, but now that they saw the demonic ape dragon's posture, they began to worry. Ha ha ha. You're finished. One of the demonic ape dragon laughed maniacally as he pounced toward Shen Xiang. The needles on their bodies were extremely terrifying. Even the armor in the sacred region might not be able to block them. If they pounced over and hugged their target, they would be able to inject venom into their target crazily, just like some poisonous snakes. Therefore, the speed at which they pounced was very fast. Although Chang Kuai's body was very big, the moment he pounced, he flew out like lightning. Chapter 4043. Even though they already knew that there was a green dragon demon slayer, Lu Meng'er and Wu Yujun were still uneasy. Especially since they were outside the sacred hall, they couldn't hear anything from inside, and this passage was very quiet. Lu Meng'er also knew how strong the green dragon demon slayer was. But if Shen Xiang had the 6 realms mirrors, then it would be even safer. After all, they were already safe enough outside. There were no ape devil dragon outside. Furthermore, this mausoleum could only be entered under Wu Yujun's lead. The ape devil dragon in the sacred hall were all teleported in from the outside. Therefore, those ape devil dragon did not dare to run around in the imperial mausoleum before. They also knew about all kinds of tunnels and mechanisms. The mausoleum was obviously built with the help of outsiders, so even the ape devil dragon would find it difficult to destroy it. There was a transmission array in the sacred hall, and it was extremely likely that it relied on a large number of heavenly jewels to activate it. Wu Yujun nervously grabbed onto Lu Meng'er's hand. Normally, she would talk a lot, but now she was silent. In this kind of environment, she was not in the mood to be naughty. Lu Meng'er and Wu Yujun were worried outside, while Shen Xiang was inside the sacred hall, holding on to the green dragon demon slayer. He crazily killed the ape devil dragon as if he was cutting vegetables. The transmission array was inside the sacred hall, inside a very large black coffin. When Shen Xiang was killing the ape devil dragon, they were frantically fleeing, rushing towards the gigantic black coffin, wanting to open the transmission array. However, Shen Xiang did not give them the chance to return. With a slash from afar, he destroyed the black coffin, completely cutting off the path for the others to enter the sacred hall. There were a total of 60 ape devil dragon in the sacred hall. The leader was an elder, and he was also very strong. However, their strongest weapon was only that kind of poison. Once their poison could not deal with others, and their body's defense was broken through, they would be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Originally, they wanted to resist for a while, but after Shen Xiang rushed in, he quickly killed 10 ape devil dragon. The other demonic ape dragons immediately recognized that it was the green dragon demon slayer. They immediately lost their will to fight and rushed toward the black coffin where the teleportation circle was located. After Shen Xiang destroyed the black coffin that hid the teleportation array, the demonic ape dragons trembled and looked at Shen Xiang with fear. They never would have thought that the little bugs in their eyes were not afraid of their poison at all. Furthermore, they had the green dragon demon slayer, which they feared the most. In addition, Shen Xiang's Tao elemental energy was very powerful. It was a very strange golden Tao elemental energy. Even Shen Xiang himself did not know what realm his elemental energy was at. The level of a Taoist who cultivated elemental energy mainly depended on the color of the elemental energy. Golden Tao essence energy was very rare, and one couldn't use common sense to determine what realm the golden Tao essence energy represented. But no matter what, Shen Xiang was at least a 9th-level Taoist with his golden Tao essence energy and powerful divine sense. He was basically invincible in the Taoist realm. Not to mention, he had the green dragon demon slayer. When these demonic ape dragons came to the 10 great worlds, the powerful strength in their bodies was suppressed to the Taoist realm. Even if their cultivation was suppressed, they could still rely on their bodies and strange poison to run rampant in the 10 great worlds. But they met Shen Xiang, big brother. One of the demonic ape dragons shouted stiffly. It was obvious that he would not beg for mercy, but now he had no choice. Please spare our lives, the demonic ape dragon elder continued to say. You are all demonic ape dragons, right? In the outer heaven's sacred realm, you have done all kinds of evil. Do you think you are still invincible in the 10 great worlds? Shen Xiang touched the sharp blade of the green dragon demon slayer and said with a smile, Big brother, we are willing to be your slaves. The leading elder suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Shen Xiang. The other demonic ape dragons also quickly knelt down. To them, as long as they could live, dignity was nothing. All right, you will all be my slaves from now on. Shen Xiang waved his hand and condensed 50 balls of green dragon, vermilion bird fire. Chapter 4044. Wu Yujun was still a little worried about the ape devil dragon. Under the gaze of those dozens of ape devil dragon, she felt uncomfortable all over. Don't worry, they are completely under my control. Shen Xiang could tell that Wu Yujun was afraid that the ape devil dragon would snatch the vermilion bird egg, so he laughed. Wu Yujun said, You have to use that jade talisman. She had already handed the jade talisman over to Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang took out the jade talisman and handed it over to Wu Yujun. Wu Yujun held onto the jade talisman tightly, feeling a little nervous. After all, the ape devil dragon were all very strong, and they gave Wu Yujun a lot of pressure. In order to make Wu Yujun feel more relaxed, Shen Xiang called all the ape devil dragon to the outside of the sacred hall and told them to wait outside. After the demonic ape dragon left, Wu Yujun finally relaxed a lot. She was very tense before. Xiao Yu girl, no matter what, you are still someone who has seen the world. Why were you so scared just now? Shen Xiang laughed. It's just a few ape devil dragon. What's there to be afraid of? It's not like I'm as powerful as you. Wu Yujun held onto the jade talisman, then controlled it to float up and fly up. Up there? I thought it was underground. Shen Xiang looked at the ceiling above. There were indeed many vermilion bird carvings carved on it. It is indeed hidden underground, but there is a special passage here that connects to the underground storage room. Wu Yujun said, This jade talisman can open that passage. Lu Menger had been staring at the vermilion bird carving on it the entire time, and asked, Who carved this? It's very natural, as if it was carved according to the appearance of the vermilion bird. Has that person ever seen the vermilion bird? It wasn't carved by a human. It existed in the first place. The Suzaku string was originally placed here for many years, and then it naturally formed this carving. Wu Yujun said. Suddenly, the eyes of the vermilion bird carving lit up. The relief was huge, and after the eyes lit up, it was as if they were spewing flames. A ball of golden red light flashed out from the eyes. The vermilion bird egg is out. Wu Yujun immediately shouted. Shen Xiang immediately controlled the 6 realms mirrors to fly over and catch the falling vermilion bird egg. Strangely, after the vermilion bird egg landed on the 6 realms mirrors, the mirror reflected a holy god's vermilion bird. The eggshell suddenly cracked, and the cry of a vermilion bird could be heard. A long, fiery red ribbon that looked like a vermilion bird floated out of the eggshell. It looked like an ordinary vermilion bird's flaming wings as it hovered in the holy hall. It's the vermilion bird, tenderness thread. You've changed so much, Shen Xiang lamented. You've become so beautiful. At this moment, Lu Meng'er was extremely moved and almost shed tears. She had extremely deep feelings for the vermilion bird. At this very moment, it was as if she was watching the birth of the vermilion bird, tenderness thread's child. It really is the vermilion bird silk. Wu Yujun exclaimed, so the vermilion bird silk is actually like this. Wu Yujun had only heard of it, but had never seen it. Why are you still flying? Could it be that he lost control? Wu Yujun asked. She is choosing her master and is unable to make a decision yet. Lu Meng'er said, she was hatched by the Six Realms mirrors, and her mother was also born because of the Six Realms mirrors. Go to elder Sister Meng-er. Shen Xiang shouted to the vermilion bird, tenderness thread that was dancing in the air. I will go find your mother. After he finished speaking, the vermilion bird, tenderness thread flew towards Lu Meng'er like a ray of light. Just like that, it entered Lu Meng'er's body and then disappeared. Lu Meng'er suddenly frowned and said, my head hurts a little. Young Master Shin, quickly help me. I don't want to fuse with the vermilion bird, tenderness thread in this kind of place, because this process will take at least a few days. From her point of view, this was not a good environment, and Shen Xiang still had to find Empyrean Lingfeng. Shen Xiang immediately raised the Six Realms mirrors and shone on Lu Meng'er's body, temporarily calming down the vermilion bird, tenderness thread. Chapter 4045. Shen Xiang understood from the old ape that their group of ape devil dragon were considered relatively weak, which was why they were arranged to enter the 10 great worlds. Their main goal was to find the green dragon demon slayer. They did not mention looking for the heaven and earth pill furnace. Shen Xiang had also asked them if they knew about the pill furnace. This group of ape devil dragon did not know about the pill furnace. It was extremely likely that the upper echelons of the sanctuary realm ape devil dragon were not interested in the pill furnace. After being subdued by Shen Xiang, the group of ape devil dragon became much gentler. Shen Xiang's soul fire contract was not a joke. The ape devil dragon did not want to endure the pain from their souls. After being teleported out of the imperial tomb, they arrived at a manor. The manor was very big, but Wu Yujun was very familiar with it. So it's this place. Wu Yujun looked around and curled his lips. This is my father's territory. I wonder where he is now. Shen Xiang looked at the old ape and said, who gave you this place? And even told you the way to teleport? Lu Meng'er, on the other hand, went to study the transmission array in the manor and placed it in a basement. It's a person called Wu Lin. He should be this little girl's father. He claims to be some heavenly emperor. The old ape said. After Lu Meng'er recorded the method of the transmission array, he went up. My father gave this place to you. Where did he go? Wu Yujun asked. I don't know. The old ape shook his head. That guy is very cunning. He sold the secret of the imperial tomb to several forces. Our price is the highest. What price? Wu Yujun asked. 50,000 heaven beads. The old ape said. Actually, this is nothing to us. In total, they had given Shen Xiang over 100 million heaven beads. If Wu Lin knew that this group of ape devils were so rich, he would definitely ask for an even higher price. You guys stay here for the time being, Shen Xiang said. I will come and find you at any time. Young Master Shin, if you want to go to Sky Sovereign Lingfeng, if he is not far from here, you can set up a transmission array here first. Lu Meng'er said, when you need them, you can immediately contact them and teleport them over. Shen Xiang had searched the young state preceptor soul before and knew how to get to Empyrean Soaring Wind City. However, there might not be any otherworldly forces there. The young state preceptor knew very little about the affairs of the outer sky because, with his character, his father would not tell him too many important things. Shen Xiang only needed the ape devil servants when facing large numbers of outsiders. If it was just facing Empyrean Lingfeng, then there was no need for them to make a move at all. Sister Menger, how long will it take to arrange the array? Shen Xiang asked. I don't know. It might take a few days. Lu Menger said, I will try as soon as possible. I also want to try. A few days? There's no need for that. We need to act quickly, Shen Xiang said. Disrupt them in advance, and then by time to transfer all the people from the Heavenly Eternal Empire to the Starfire City. Then let's go find old thief Ling Feng immediately. Wu Yujun said, I'll lead the way. Young Master Shin, I heard from Wu Lin that there is a power from beyond the heavens behind that Empyrean Ling Feng. The old ape at the side suddenly said, How much do you know about that power from beyond the heavens? Shin Xiang's eyes lit up. If the old ape knew, then that would be for the best. It's one of the few great powers in the sanctuary. They mainly have a lot of people, and their luck is not bad. They control a lot of resources, and they have a lot of good equipment and pills. The old ape said that power is called the Supreme Sacred Sect. Are you afraid of them? Shin Xiang asked again. Of course we're not afraid, but we won't take the initiative to provoke them either. After all, there are too many of them, and their equipment is also very good. As long as they can resist our poison, we won't be able to cause much harm to them. The old ape said. Shen Xiang thought for a while, then discussed with the old ape and told each of the ape devil dragon to release a large jar of poisonous blood. When the blood was released, they all ran to the basement, while Lu Menger and Wu Yujun waited above. Shen Xiang collected the poisonous blood and then spent half a day modifying it. He even concocted a detoxification pill and a poison resistance pill. Lu Menger and Wu Yujun both ate the poison resistance pill. This way, when Shen Xiang used the poison, he did not have to worry about accidentally injuring them. At night, Shen Xiang, Lu Menger, and Wu Yujun were eating in the manor, tasting the various delicacies of the Tianjin capital. Chapter 4046. Shen Xiang and Lu Menger stood on top of the Six Realms mirrors, looking down at the towering mountains that were shrouded in thick fog. There are many great formations here that took at least 10 years to complete. Lu Menger said, That's why there is a large amount of fog all year round. Furthermore, after entering, it will be difficult to come out of the illusion array. Elder Sister Meng, with you here, we should be able to enter, right? Shin Xiang asked. He had searched the memories of the young state master's soul before, but the young state master himself did not know the exact way to enter the towering Wind City. Every time the young state master entered, he would contact the people in the towering Wind City and ask them to come out and bring him in. When he entered the towering Wind City, he had also entered a sealed flying boat. He did not know how he had entered. It's not a big problem, Lu Menger said. We can directly let the Six Realms mirrors fly in, and we can slowly search for the towering Wind City. This mountain was very vast and was shrouded in thick fog. It would take some time to find a small city. Even though Shen Xiang's consciousness was very strong, it was still unable to cover this entire mountain in a short while. Furthermore, according to what he knew from the young state master's memories, the environment inside the towering Wind City was very similar to an underground city. After all, this mountain was shrouded in thick fog, and it was difficult for sunlight to shine in. Looking at the sky from the city, it was all misty white. If the towering Wind City was also an underground city, it could also create the visual effect of a misty white sky. Elder Sister Meng, I suspect that the towering Wind City might be an underground city. Shin Xiang said, They are much more cautious than the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable. The devil-suppressing summit where the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable was located was also a large mountain and was enveloped by an array formation, but it was not as hard to find as the towering Wind City. Tell me about the situation in the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable's underground city. Lu Mengyu said. Shin Xiang controlled the Six Realms mirrors to descend, but did not enter the dense fog. Then he started to talk about the underground city that Wang Shengzun and the others were in. After Lu Menger finished listening, he said, If that's really the case, then I suspect that the reason why the Towering Wind City was built underground is because there is an extremely high possibility that there is a passage that leads to the outside world, making it convenient for outsiders to move over. According to my speculation, the passageways that connect to the heavens are all spatial passageways that consume a lot of energy, so there's a lot of energy in this place. Xin Xiang said, I wonder where this energy comes from. The energy comes from beyond the heavens. They are on the other side of the passageway, using all kinds of methods to gather energy from beyond the heavens and then open the passageway. Lu Meng'er said, in the sacred region, every once in a while there will be a special period where the energy floating in the sacred region will suddenly become very dense. They haven't entered the 10 great worlds on a large scale yet, which means that time hasn't come yet, Xinxiang said. According to the information I have, they will come over in a few months. If the Towering Wind City really has a passageway that connects to the outer heaven sacred domain, then we can use this point to sense it. Lu Meng'er said, I have a way to sense that this kind of passage will more or less have spatial fluctuations. Elder Sister Meng, whether or not we can find where the Towering Wind City is hiding depends on you. Xinxiang nodded his head. Lu Meng'er took out the bead and said, this is an artifact that can sense spatial fluctuations. All right, then let's enter the fog area now. Xinxiang controlled the 6 realms mirrors and slowly flew towards the dense fog mountain. Just as they entered, waves of lightning suddenly appeared. This formation is not simple. It can actually sense us. Shen Xiang exclaimed. The 6 realms mirrors had already concealed its aura, but it was still sensed. This meant that they had unintentionally triggered the hidden barrier, which was why lightning had appeared. Over there, Lu Meng'er pointing in a direction. He began to guide the 6 realms mirrors to fly. There was no need for Xin Xiang to control it. No matter how she flew, Little Sister Little Mirror would do it. Right now, even Little Sister Little Mirror didn't know about the hidden path. If they walked the hidden path, they would not trigger the array formation barrier in this area. Otherwise, they would be found out by the Towering Wind City. The 6 realms mirrors had a protective shield, so it was not a problem to charge around in the fog area. However, it would definitely cause a huge commotion, and at that time the Towering Wind City would be alerted. At that time, the people in the city would run back to the outer heaven, and it would be difficult to chase after them. Just like this, under Lu Meng'er's guidance, the 6 realms mirrors quietly and steadily flew into the depths of the fog area. Chapter 4047. Back then, Lu Meng'er had fought with the god-horned beast race, but she had never seen how these races from outer space came over. Now, she had seen it with her own eyes. Many years ago, a large number of god-horned beasts suddenly appeared, so it was because they were hiding under our land. Lu Meng'er said in a low voice, a spatial tunnel like this should be able to be sealed, right? Shen Xiang asked. He was currently carefully looking at the terrain here. After entering the underground city, he would be able to find Emperor Ling Feng's residence through the little Imperial advisor's memories. It should be possible, but let's find Emperor Ling Feng first. Lu Meng'er said, to deal with this underground city, we still have to plan for a long time. Xin Xiang did not plan to plan for a long time. According to Lu Meng'er's current thoughts, he would definitely have to plan for a while before attacking this underground city. To Xin Xiang, this was simply too slow. Back then, when he destroyed Wang Sheng's lair, it was done in a very short period of time. Wang Shengzun's underground city had already been handed over to Long Jiuxiao and the others to handle. Shen Xiang did not ask if he could seal it up and prevent them from coming over again. He had asked Wang Shengzun before, but Wang Shengzun himself was not sure. After all, he was not an expert in this area. This supreme sacred sect is one of the few great powers in the absolute monarch sanctuary. We cannot let our guard down. Lu Meng'er warned, then asked, Young Master Shin, how can we find Emperor Ling Feng? That's easy. I used a soul-absorbing devil spell on his son. I know where he lives. After I observe the terrain here, we will immediately go and find that guy. Xinxiang said. The group of outsiders who had just been teleported over looked no different from the people of the 10 Great Worlds. It was not that they did not have any strange appearances. Seeing this group of people, Lu Meng'er was very worried and said, "If they are hiding in our 10 Great Worlds, it will be difficult to distinguish them. Furthermore, their strength is not weak. They should have all cultivated Dao Yuan crystal. It's even better if they cultivate Dao Yuan crystal." Xinxiang laughed. Previously, he had teamed up with Wang Camtin to detonate the Dao Yuan crystal and destroy Wang Shengzun's underground city. He planned to do the same now. The premise was that he had to make a fortune from this place. Towering Wind City scale was so large, it definitely had a large amount of resources. When the forces from beyond the heavens entered the 10 Great Worlds, they had to engage in a protracted war. Moreover, they didn't just have to fight with the native forces of the 10 Great Worlds. They also had to fight with other forces from beyond the heavens. After Xinxiang grasped the terrain of the High Wind City, he gently pulled Lu Meng'er's hand and said in a low voice, "Sister Meng'er, let's sneak over." Lu Meng'er nodded slightly, and then also turned invisible. She herself had an invisibility talisman, and she could also hide. Although she rarely used them, she still had a lot of them, and they were all of the best quality. Xinxiang pulled Lu Meng'er's jade-like hand and leisurely strolled through this huge underground city. Groups of outsiders passed by them without noticing them, but Lu Meng'er was a little nervous. The buildings in the dungeon were not exquisite and were rather crude. After all, this was only their temporary shelter. They would only come to the surface when their main forces arrived and launched a large-scale attack on the 10 Great Worlds to divide up their territories. In the eastern region of the dungeon, there was a 7-story tall stone tower. This tower was Emperor Ling Feng's residence. Land in the middle of the lower city was the spatial passageway that led to the outside world. In the southern region, it was a forbidden area that even Emperor Ling Feng could not enter. This was what Xinxiang found out from the young state advisor. He's inside. A guy like Emperor Ling Feng is very easy to deal with. Xinxiang sent a sound transmission to Lu Meng'er. If it was in the past, she would indeed be more afraid of Emperor Ling Feng. But now that she was with Xinxiang, she was not afraid at all. Because Xinxiang had the green dragon demon slayer and 6 realms mirrors in his hands. Forget about one Emperor Ling Feng. Even if there were 10 of them, they would definitely not be Xinxiang's match. Chapter 4048. Divine Weapon Empress. It's different this time. Last time, it was only the God-Horned Beast clan that came. But this time there are many similar God-Horned Beast clan that entered the 10 Great Worlds. If you are smart, it would be best if you rely on us. With me recommending you, the Extreme Sacred Sect will definitely value you and give you a large amount of resources to help you cultivate the Dao Yuan crystal as soon as possible. Right now, I am very important to the Extreme Sacred Sect. I am highly valued by them. As long as you are willing to marry me and become my woman, it will be very easy to join the Extreme Sacred Sect. You have to know that the Extreme Sacred Sect is one of the most powerful sects in the Outer Heaven Sanctuary. To be able to join the Extreme Sacred Sect is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This Emperor Ling Feng had a fearless look as he said calmly, looking at his slightly proud expression. It was as if Lu Meng'er would be moved by him. "Shut up!" Lu Meng'er shouted coldly and used the sword hilt to fiercely hit Emperor Ling Feng's face. "Elder Sister Meng, do you want to torture this guy?" Xinxiang said from the side. "Torture me? Humph." Although Emperor Ling Feng was knocked, he still said confidently, "You brat, you probably don't know, but in the 10 Great Worlds, only I am worthy of Lu Meng'er. If she tortures me to death, it will be a great loss to her." "Old thief Ling Feng, do you think I don't dare?" Lu Meng'er immediately flew into a rage and said. Without waiting for Emperor Ling Feng to reply, Lu Meng'er had already fiercely stabbed at Emperor Ling Feng. This Empyrean Ling Feng only had the upper half of his body left, but he was still so calm. This made Xin Xiang feel that something was amiss. Lu Meng'er, just you wait. You will definitely become my woman, ha ha ha. And soon, after Empyrean Ling Feng finished speaking, his body suddenly swelled up. Shen Xiang immediately pulled Lu Meng'er to his side, and then used the 6 realms mirrors to block in front of him. Boom! Empyrean Ling Feng's body exploded, causing quite a bit of commotion. It's a clone. This guy is much more cunning than devil-suppressing, heavenly venerable. Shen Xiang sighed. This is troublesome. It will definitely alarm the outsiders here. The operation in Towering Wind City was not as smooth as Shen Xiang imagined. Doppelganger? Lu Meng'er immediately thought of something. This was also to say that Empyrean Soaring Wind's main body was still in Soaring Wind City. He might be coming over right away. Shen Xiang came to the door and looked outside. This high wind city didn't look new and had been built for many years. Moreover, it had been constantly expanding underground for many years. Therefore, Lu Meng'er suspected that this kind of underground city also existed in the 100 Flowers world. It should be spread throughout the 10 Great Worlds, and was built by those Empyreans. Back then, the God-Horn Beast clan came from outer space and gathered in these underground cities. When the time was right, they suddenly attacked and occupied all the major cities in an instant. Sister Menger, let's leave this tower first. Shen Xiang said, although it won't go smoothly, destroying this city is not a problem. Shen Xiang was originally here to fish for resources, but he had obtained a lot of heavenly jewels and other materials from the ape devil dragon. Therefore, even if he did not gain anything from the Towering Wind City, it was fine as long as he destroyed the Towering Wind City. Shen Xiang and Lu Meng'er left the tower stealthily. Not long after they left, a large group of people arrived. They were all outsiders and surrounded the tower. At this moment, the entire city was under martial law as they searched for Shen Xiang everywhere. And Lu Meng'er. There was also a tower in the forbidden area of the southern region of Towering Wind City. It had a total of 9 floors. At this moment, Empyrean Ling Feng was standing at the top of the tower, looking at the tower where his clone was with a serious expression. Behind him, there was an old man who comforted him. Feng'er, don't worry. We will definitely catch the person who snuck in. Father, Lu Meng'er is very important to me. We must capture her. Ling Feng said. Chapter 4049. As long as he collected enough Dao Yuan crystal and quietly placed them in various parts of Towering Wind City, then detonated them after leaving Towering Wind City, the city would be finished. Not only do we have to destroy Towering Wind City, we also have to destroy that passageway. Lu Meng'er said, this passageway should be relatively large, and it's also in the center of the Heavenly Eternal Empire. Towering Wind City was destroyed, but if the passageway was still there, the Supreme Sacred Sect could still send many outsiders over. I'm not too sure about that. After all, that passageway is too big, and I haven't studied it before. Shen Xiang said, we'll know when the time comes. Lu Meng'er said, that passageway is most likely a spatial passageway that was opened because of the array formation. All right, let's continue collecting Dao Yuan crystal. Shen Xiang said, Towering Wind City was very big and required a lot of Dao Yuan crystal. Fortunately, there were many outsiders here, and they were all relatively strong. The Towering Wind City this time was very different from the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable's underground city, and the Ling Feng Sky Venerable was not the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable either. Empyrean Ling Feng was the son of an elder of the Supreme Sacred Sect and had been placed here for many years. Therefore, if he wanted to destroy it, he would have to place it on the nodes of the formation. There were many important nodes to build a large array. Towering Wind City definitely had many of these great formations protecting it, supporting the ground above, which was why it did not collapse. Shen Xiang did not know that little sister Xiao Jing could sense these nodes, but it consumed a lot of her spirit. As for Lu Meng'er, She was a formation master, so she did not need to sense it. Instead, with her rich experience, she was able to deduce the layout of the entire formation through a few nodes, and quickly find the important nodes of the formation. Qin Xiang wanted to place the Dao Yuan crystal on these nodes. If it was just him alone, who knew how long he would have to struggle for. Now that he had Lu Menger's help, it was much easier. Lu Menger's method of placing Dao Yuan crystal was much better than Qin Xiang's. Because she was familiar with the formation, she was able to place the Dao Yuan crystal in a more appropriate position. Towering Wind City was too big, and there were only 2 of them, so their workload was very heavy and they could not rush this kind of thing. Ling Feng and his father, Elder Ling, were playing chess and waiting for news in the tower of the southern district. It was also because Towering Wind City was too big that even they did not have a good method to quickly find the 2 of them. They could only search for Qin Xiang and Lu Menger through a carpet search. Although they also had many high-level tools to assist them, with Lu Menger here, she knew the principles behind the tools used to sense their whereabouts, so she could easily avoid them and not be discovered. Father, are all our outer worldly treasures so weak? It's been so long, but we still haven't found them. Ling Feng was already impatient. Towering Wind City is so big. Looking for them is like trying to catch 2 little bugs that are hiding everywhere. We still need time. We can't rush it. Elder Ling comforted his son. At this time, Elder Ling took out a communication jade charm and received the message from his subordinate. Then he frowned slightly. Dad, what's wrong? Ling Feng hurriedly asked. He originally thought that they had caught the person, but when he saw Elder Ling frown, he knew that it was bad news. They just counted the number of people. More than 1,000 people have lost contact. We can't contact them, and we can't find their corpses either. Elder Ling's expression gradually became serious as he said, These 2 fellows are really not easy to deal with. More than 1,000 people, is it a big loss for us? Ling Feng asked. Of course it's nothing, but we can't do anything about it when they do it right under our noses. Elder Ling sighed. These 10 great worlds have been under such great restrictions for so many years, but they are still so difficult to deal with. It's just that Lu Menger is difficult to deal with. She is an ancient goddess that has existed since the last era. Ling Feng said, Father, now you know why I want her, right? It's indeed amazing. She snuck into Towering Wind City alone with a young man who was dragging her down. Now, not only have they not been found, they have even assassinated more than 1,000 of us. Elder Ling nodded his head. Even I am not confident that I can do it in this kind of environment. Why did she bring a young man in? The Divine Weapon Empress is a proud and aloof person, yet she can actually have a man with her. Ling Feng suddenly said with some jealousy, She shouldn't be married and have children, right? No, only I can conquer a woman like her. Oh, right. She called that young man young Master Shen before. Ling Feng suddenly thought of something and said, I remember that little girl Wu Yujun lost to a peerless genius in the great Yan Empire. It was that young Master Shen. Chapter 4050. Because this pair of father and son came from beyond the heavens, they naturally looked down on the people of the 10 great worlds. Even Long Jiuxiao was not placed in their eyes. In their opinion, no matter how strong they were in the 10 great worlds, it was equivalent to being locked in hell. They were unable to break through the 10 great worlds and go to the vast universe. Especially now, they all believed that entering the 10 great worlds and facing the humans of the 10 great worlds would be a very easy massacre. Qin Xiang and Lu Menger, not only were they not discovered when they arrived at the Forbidden Grounds, after approaching the tower, Ling Feng and Elder Ling did not notice it at all. In fact, the great array protecting their forbidden grounds was indeed very powerful. Even if a small flying insect flew over, the great array would be able to sense it. However, Lu Menger was able to easily find a loophole in the great array. Furthermore, they were invisible, so they were able to silently arrive at the tower. Ling Feng's original body is at the top of the tower. Qin Xiang sent a sound transmission to Lu Menger, Elder Sister Menger, that Elder Ling should be stronger. Leave Elder Ling to me, Lu Menger said. No, leave it to me, Xinxiang said. I have the green dragon demon slayer and the 6 realms mirrors, and I have cultivated the Dao Yuan crystal. That sky sovereign Ling Feng is weaker. You deal with him. Lu Menger also knew that he was indeed not as strong as Xinxiang. One had to know that Xinxiang could use the ape demon dragon poison, so dealing with that elderling would definitely not be a problem. All right, but you must be careful, Lu Menger said. When are you going to make your move? Let's enter the tower and see if we can ambush them. If we can successfully poison them, then there's no need to fight. Although Xinxiang was very good at fighting if there was no need to fight, he also wanted to settle the matter in a gentle manner. Lu Menger understood that the ape demon dragon poison was very powerful, and even in the outer heaven sanctuary, it would cause people to tremble in fear. Xinxiang and Lu Menger quietly snuck into the tower. Ling Feng and Elder Ling did not notice. Xinxiang secretly cursed these 2 weaklings in his heart, because he had already filled every floor with floating poisonous mist. Sister Menger, I have to make some noise. Let them come down and take a look, Xinxiang said. Let me do it. That guy is very familiar with my aura. If it is my aura, he can enter the tower faster, Lu Menger said. She had detoxification pills and detoxification pills, so she wouldn't be poisoned. She could hide in the pagoda with Xinxiang. Lu Menger controlled her own aura to leak out. That aura was not particularly strong, and she even pretended to trigger the mechanism in the tower. Ling Feng and Elder Ling, who were waiting for news at the top of the tower, suddenly heard a commotion from within the tower. Then Lu Menger's blood energy surged up. Damn it, she actually sneaked in. Ling Feng's expression changed. She must have fallen into the trap of the pagoda. That's why she's struggling so hard, and that's why she's releasing that chaotic blood energy, Elder Ling said with a smile. It seems like this woman is destined to be yours. You've delivered yourself to me. Father, Lu Menger is still quite strong. Come down with me, Ling Feng said. Let's go. Elder Ling nodded. Then they walked down from the door on the roof. When they went down, they only saw white mist. In fact, it was all poisonous mist. The ape demon dragon poison had been refined by Xinxiang before, so it no longer had that pungent smell. Furthermore, it had become very gentle, and the poison would spread very slowly. The smell was too pungent, and if the poison spread too quickly, it would be very easy to discover that it was poisoned. For example, if it was the weak, they would definitely be poisoned to death. However, as long as the strong discovered that they were poisoned very quickly, they would be able to resist the spread of the poison in the first place. Chapter 4051. Ling Feng and Elder Ling were stunned after hearing Xinxiang's words. For a moment, their hearts were filled with fear. After all, the demonic ape dragon's poison is a very deadly poison in the outer heaven saint realm. However, after Elder Ling recovered from the shock, he laughed. Although I don't know where you heard about the demonic ape dragon, I am from the outer heaven after all. I know more about the demonic ape dragon than you. How can a guy like you touch their poison? That's right, the demonic ape dragon's poison is so terrifying. Not to mention you. Even the poison masters of our ultimate saint sect can't collect a drop of poisonous blood. Ling Feng sneered. Besides, even if you can collect it, you don't have the ability to improve it. Improve it, don't boast without a draft. If it's really the demonic ape dragon's poison, I'm afraid you would have turned into a pool of blood already. Elder Ling coldly snorted. Little brat, where did you hear about the demonic ape dragon? You don't have the qualifications to know about the demonic ape dragon. Hearing Elder Ling and Ling Feng's words, Xinxiang is not anxious because the father and son are already dead in his eyes. I saw them in the imperial tomb of the heavenly eternal empire, Xinxiang said calmly. When I entered the imperial tomb saint hall, I saw the demonic ape dragon with them, and then I caught them. You, what nonsense are you talking about? The demonic ape dragon came to the 10 great worlds? Although Elderling doesn't believe Xinxiang's words, he somewhat believes that the demonic ape dragon came to the 10 great worlds. At present, the passages from the outer heaven saint realm to the 10 great worlds are controlled by the major forces. Although the demonic ape dragon is very powerful, they don't know anything about these array formations. What the major forces are most afraid of is the demonic ape dragon coming to the 10 great worlds. Because in the 10 great worlds, the demonic ape dragon can do whatever they want and it will be a headache for the major forces. Saint Hall? How did you enter the Saint Hall? How did the demonic ape dragon get in? Ling Feng asked. He has been in the Heavenly Eternal Empire for many years. He is quite familiar with the Saint Hall of the Imperial Tomb and knew that there is a vermilion bird egg inside. It was Wu Yujun who brought us in. The demonic ape dragon went in through the teleportation array formation. That's right, the demonic ape dragon is in the Eternal Heaven Imperial Palace. Now, they are all under Wu Yujun's command. Didn't you send a lot of elites over? It should be over by now. Contact them with your message amulet and ask them about the situation, Xinxiang said with a smile. Lu Menger was not worried at all, because now that everything was under Xinxiang's control, she admired Xinxiang's methods even more. Don't talk nonsense. The demonic ape dragon is so powerful. How could it be controlled by you? Elder Ling roared. If the demonic ape dragon was controlled by Xinxiang, they would be doomed. At this moment, Ling Feng had already taken out his communication talisman to contact the group of people who were heading to the Imperial Palace. There were a total of more than 3,000 people. However, Ling Feng was unable to contact him. His expression turned somewhat ugly. We've been in Towering Wind City for a day, but we haven't found a warehouse or anything. The resources you brought from outer space should be in your storage magic treasures, right? Xinxiang asked again. If it was really in Elderling's hands, then it would be for the best. He wouldn't have to look everywhere. Feng, or I'll leave that brat to you. Leave the woman to me. After Elderling finished speaking, he suddenly attacked Lu Menger. Xinxiang was already prepared, and immediately jumped in front of Lu Menger. After the 6 realms mirrors grew larger, it floated in front of him like a huge shield. Elderling's fists released dozens of waves of elemental energy. He originally thought that he would be able to easily shatter the 6 realms mirrors in front of Xinxiang, but what he did not expect was that the elemental energy was actually all reflected back. Father, that's the thing that broke my clone earlier. Be careful. Ling Feng immediately said. He took out a very long golden blade. We'll use weapons. Wait, the demonic ape dragon's poison is about to flare up. It's best if you don't circulate the elemental energy in your bodies. It will only worsen the spread of the poison. Xinxiang chuckled. Damn brat, I'll definitely eat you alive. Ling Feng shouted loudly. Just as he was about to circulate the elemental energy in his body, he suddenly felt his body ache, as if the elemental energy in his body was instantly devoured by something. Elder Ling suddenly had the same feeling, and his expression gradually turned ugly. Do you have a very uncomfortable feeling? Xinxiang said while beaming. To be honest, although the demonic ape dragon's poison has been improved by me, I do not know what it feels like to be poisoned. I can only delay the time it takes for the poison to flare up. You, Elder Ling crazily circulated the elemental energy in his body. He did not believe in evil, and then spat out a large mouthful of black, poisonous blood. Chapter 4052. This high wind city was built to be so big, and it was so sturdy. It also had a complete array formation. Xinxiang really couldn't bear to blow up the Towering Wind City right now. The reason why he had placed so many Dao Yuan crystal before was mainly because he was worried that when he fought with Ling Feng and the others, he would alarm a large number of outsiders. At that time, he would not be able to control them and could only detonate those Dao Yuan crystal. But now he had taken down Ling Feng and Elder Ling very quietly, which meant that the entire towering Wind City would fall into his hands. As long as he was not discovered by the outsiders here, he would be able to secretly control the towering Wind City. Lu Meng'er also knew what Xinxiang was thinking. Looks like we can't destroy the towering Wind City immediately. If we can control this big city, it will be of great use. Lu Meng'er stood outside the window and looked outside. In this forbidden area, there are no other outsiders. No one knows what we are doing here. Elder Sister Meng. A large number of outsiders from the extreme sacred sect have come. They are currently gathered in the city. We can make use of them. Xinxiang laughed. We will pretend to be Ling Feng and Elder Ling, and then give them orders. Can you make it look like the real thing? Lu Meng'er was naturally clear that if he controlled all the outsiders in the towering Wind City, it would affect the situation of the 10 great worlds in the future. Xinxiang already had the ape demon dragon servant in his hands, and adding the army of the extreme sacred sect. It was terrifying just thinking about it. That's not a problem. Xinxiang laughed. I already have a very good candidate. He can help me manage the entire towering Wind City. Lu Meng'er did not doubt Xinxiang's ability to control others. The ape demon dragon was so powerful, but it was still taken care of by Xinxiang. The trip to the heavenly eternal empire went very smoothly. Xinxiang could be said to have controlled the entire heavenly eternal empire. On the great Yin Empire's side, Black Bat had transformed into the heavenly flame Emperor Lord. Together with Long Jiuxiao, it could be said that they had complete control over the great Yin Empire. In the world-defying stage, there were 2 great empires that were controlled by Xinxiang. As long as they were careful and eliminated those outsiders who had entered the world-defying stage in advance, they would not be suppressed when they officially entered the world-defying stage. Although the 2 bodies on the ground were poisoned, the poison took effect relatively slowly and had not yet dissolved. Xinxiang immediately used the detoxification pill, and Elder Ling's body gradually recovered. He didn't know what Elder Ling's original strength was, but to be able to become an elder of the extreme holy sect, he definitely had some ability. Xinxiang took Elder Ling's storage ring, but he didn't immediately open it. It was just as difficult to open as Saint Wang's storage ring. This storage ring is bound to his soul. Lu Meng'er said, Young Master Xin, you can't forcefully break it, it will be damaged. She guessed that there were many good things in the storage ring and was worried that Xinxiang would mess around. Don't worry, I will be careful. Xinxiang smiled and said, I am not in a hurry to open it. Sister Menger, let's take a rest here first. In any case, this is our domain. Lu Meng'er lightly nodded, then entered a room and rearranged it. Right now, she was also going to familiarize herself with the vermilion bird string. Xinxiang casually entered a room, took out the 6 realms mirrors, and started to communicate with Saint Wang. Old Wang, have you heard of Elder Ling of the extreme holy sect? Xinxiang asked. Elder Ling? There are a total of 7 elders in the extreme holy sect, and Elder Ling's strength is ranked at the bottom. Saint Wang said, Young Master Xin, why are you asking this? You met him? He has a son, that Emperor Ling Feng. Xinxiang said, This father and son pair, there's a very big Lingfeng city under the heavenly eternal empire, much bigger than your underground city. Looks like the extreme holy sect is moving faster than us. Saint Wang was rather surprised and said, Young Master Xin, you met them? Although this Elder Ling is the weakest elder in the extreme holy sect, he is not to be trifled with. It's for the best. They were all taken down by me. Xinxiang laughed. Just like you, their souls were stripped out by me. Saint Wang did not say anything, but he was still happy in his heart. After all, even Elder Ling, who had a much higher status than him, had suffered a calamity, so he was not alone. Old Wang, I plan to fuse Elder Ling's soul into your soul. After you possess his memories, you will enter Elder Ling's body and help me control the entire Lingfeng city. Xinxiang said. Saint Wang was shocked. There was actually such a thing. Elderling's body is not bad. Xinxiang said. You can pretend to be elderling. Think of a way to fish out a lot from the extreme holy sect, and then offer it to me as a tribute. Young Master Xin, as long as you can transfer all of Elderling's memories to me, I will definitely be able to complete this matter. Saint Wang gradually became excited. Then I'll start now. Chapter 4053. After the Suzaku silk entered Lu Menger's body, it would fuse on its own. However, the fusion would cause a certain amount of rejection, which would more or less cause her some pain. At that time, in the imperial tomb, Xinxiang was in a hurry to find Emperor Ling Feng, so he could only temporarily help Lu Menger seal the Suzaku silk. Now that the Suzaku silk was sealed and in a state of deep sleep, it would not affect Lu Menger for the time being. But Xinxiang did not know if it would wake up in the future. According to the previous reaction of the Suzaku silk, if he were to fuse with Lu Menger, it would cause Lu Menger a lot of pain. Therefore, Xinxiang had always been worried about this matter. Fortunately, he could accompany Lu Menger all the way here, so even if something happened to the Suzaku silk, he could immediately intervene. Young Master Xin, there's no need to be in such a hurry, right? We'll talk about it when we get back. In this kind of environment, I'm a little worried. Lu Menger looked around. We don't need to rush back. The situation in the Starfire City is very stable, and we still have to wait for Wu Yujun. She should already be in control of the Imperial Palace by now. Xinxiang laughed. Wait for her for another day or two. We'll go directly to the Tianheng Imperial Palace to find her. All right. I'm just worried that you will suffer a backlash if you help me fuse with the Suzaku silk. Lu Menger sighed softly. I can sense the strength of the Suzaku silk, although you have some kind of connection with the Suzaku silk. Don't think too much, it will go smoothly. Xinxiang took out the 6 realms mirrors. With the help of little sister Xiao Jing, the process of Lu Menger fusing with the Suzaku silk would not be so painful. According to what little sister Xiao Jing said, the Suzaku silk had a very strong soul. This kind of fusion process had to seep into Lu Menger's soul, which was why she felt pain. Seeing Xinxiang take out the 6 realms mirrors, Lu Menger also felt a lot more at ease. Lu Menger sat on the bed, closed his eyes, and said softly, Young Master Xin, I'm ready, let's begin. The Suzaku silk had been sealed by Xinxiang before, and Xinxiang wanted to unseal it now, allowing the Suzaku silk to fuse with Lu Menger. What Xinxiang wanted to do was to use the 6 realms mirrors to help Lu Menger fuse, so that her soul would not be damaged. When necessary, Xinxiang himself would also lend a helping hand. Only in this way could he ensure that Lu Menger could smoothly fuse with the vermilion bird tenderness thread. Xinxiang released the seal on the vermilion bird tenderness thread. Lu Menger's body immediately overflowed with a faint golden red flame. That was the power of the vermilion bird string. Seeing Lu Menger's pained expression, Xinxiang immediately took out the 6 realms mirrors and shone it on Lu Menger's body. Little sister Xiao Jing used her powerful artifact spirit soul to influence the artifact spirit of the vermilion bird tenderness thread. Little sister Xiao Jing was once considered the artifact spirit of the vermilion bird tender thread, but after being separated from the vermilion bird tender thread for a long time, the vermilion bird tender thread gave birth to its own artifact spirit, and now it had even produced another one. But no matter what, little sister Xiao Jing was closely related to the current vermilion bird tenderness thread. Sister Meng, how do you feel now? Xinxiang asked. Much better. Lu Menger still had her eyes closed, completely focused on the fusion process. Seeing that she was no longer in pain, Xinxiang heaved a long sigh of relief. Xinxiang watched from the side and did not talk to Lu Menger, afraid that he would distract her. Brother, after Sister Meng, fuses with it, other than recovering her memories of you, she might also be able to find the vermilion bird tender thread. She might even be able to find the great vermilion bird tenderness thread Very quickly. Little sister Xiao Jing transmitted to Qinxiang. Is that so? That's great. Shenxiang was worried about how to find the vermilion bird, tender thread. Although little sister Xiao Jing could sense it, she had to be within a certain distance. The vermilion bird, tender thread, had undergone many self-evolutions, so it might be able to avoid being tracked. Xinxiang used the 6 realms mirrors to pacify the artifact spirit of the little vermilion bird, tender thread, and then put it away. Next, even if she didn't need Xinxiang's help, Lu Meng'er could complete it herself. Big brother, you don't have to worry. The little vermilion bird, tender thread, really likes elder sister Meng. I can feel that the artifact spirit of the tender thread is very happy. Little sister Xiao Jing laughed. Shenxiang wanted to sit at the side and stare at Lu Meng'er's beautiful face. He had been sealed for so many years, but this face had always appeared in his mind, haunting his dreams and constantly evoking his longing for her. Chapter 4054. It was Shenxiang who asked Wu Yujun to come to this tower to find him, because he had some things to tell Wu Yujun to do. According to Wu Yujun's current thoughts, she did not want to be some heavenly emperor. Originally, Shenxiang did not plan to take the heavenly eternal empire. Previously, he had already planned with Long Jiuxiao to gather all the people of the heavenly eternal empire in the Starfire City. But now that he had unexpectedly obtained this towering wind city, Shenxiang had no choice but to change his plan, because this towering wind city had a lot of uses and was located near the Tianhe capital city. The Tianhe capital city was originally located on a treasure land, and there was a spatial tunnel here. If it was expanded with the eternal capital city as the main point, it would be a good choice. After all, the heavenly eternal empire was still quite far away from the Starfire City. It was hard to say what would happen if many people traveled a long way. Xinxiang let Lu Meng'er fuse with the Suzaka silk in his room, while Wu Yujun waited for Xinxiang outside the hall. Seeing Xinxiang come out, Wu Yujun could be considered to be completely at ease. Brother is amazing, right? Xinxiang laughed. You and the old ape all think that I can't handle Towering Wind City. According to the information we obtained from that group of elites, this Towering Wind City is indeed very powerful. It's normal for us to be worried about you. Wu Yujun curled his lips and said, Elder Brother Xin, you really hit it well. Just how strong are you? I don't know. In short, I should be considered invincible in the 10 great worlds. Shenxiang said with a sincere face. He was indeed not bragging right now. He really thought that he was invincible in the 10 great worlds. Wu Yujun still did not believe it. After all, the 10 great worlds were very big, and there were even a few that were very mysterious. Not to mention the 10 great worlds. Even the mysterious empire that does not care about the affairs of the world might have people who are much stronger than you. Wu Yujun said, Elder Brother Xin, don't be too arrogant, you will suffer. I'm not arrogant, Xinxiang said. After all, the 10 great worlds are sealed spaces, and their development is greatly restricted. Whether it is those who grew up in the 10 great worlds, or those who came in from the outside, no matter how strong they are still like that. The strongest one Xinxiang had encountered was probably the demonic ape dragon. But didn't he also take it down? Moreover, he now had the demonic ape dragon poison, which made him even more powerful. Even if he didn't use the divine mirror of 6 realms and the green dragon demon slayer, he could still fight against the demonic ape dragon with his own strength. Brother Xin, the Tianhe Empire is now yours. Wu Yujun stretched lazily and laughed happily. I can finally go to 100 Flowers World to enjoy my life. 100 Flowers World must have many beautiful sisters. Ahem. Little sister Xiaoyu, you can't go to 100 Flowers World for now. Xinxiang interrupted her beautiful fantasy and said with a smile, You still have to stay in Eternal Capital. Ah. Wu Yujun puffed up her cheeks and said bitterly, I don't want to stay. I want to go to the 100 Flower World. I have a change of plans. You don't have to go to Starfire City for the time being. You have to focus on Eternal Capital. Shenxiang said, next, you have to use the power of the entire Tianheng Empire to build Eternal Capital. No, I don't want it. Wu Yujun said coquettishly, Brother Shin, just let me go to 100 Flowers World. Little sister Xiaoyu, I understand 100 Flowers World very well. You are not going to 100 Flowers World to enjoy your life, Shenxiang suddenly said with a serious face. Do you really not know the situation of 100 Flowers World? What can happen? I only know that 100 Flowers World has many beautiful sisters, and they are all very powerful. Wu Yujun said, every once in a while, 100 Flowers World will face a great calamity. So 100 Flowers World, the sisters of 100 Flowers World, all need to work hard to gather resources outside and then transport them back to 100 Flowers World. Shenxiang sighed. You might not know this, but 100 Flowers World spar and energy are extremely scarce. No wonder 100 Flowers World is doing business everywhere. Previously, they even humbled themselves and opened a shop in our Eternal Capital. Wu Yujun suddenly understood. After the expansion of Eternal Capital and the strengthening of the array formation, it will be able to accommodate many outstanding talents of the Tianheng Empire. With these talents, 100 Flowers World will be able to earn more resources and then transport them back to 100 Flowers World. Xinxiang said, Your chance to render meritorious service has come. Of course, Wu Yujun did not just want to go to 100 Flowers World. If she was needed, she would do her best to help 100 Flowers World. After that, Xinxiang and Wu Yujun explained the situation of 100 Flowers World in detail, as well as how to build Eternal Capital and the teleportation array. He now has enough heavenly jewels to build a large teleportation array that can travel between Starfire City and Starfire City. Not only that, it can also connect the Jiuxiao World and 100 Flowers World. The more Wu Yujun listened, the more excited she became. She did not know that she could build this kind of teleportation array. Unknowingly, Shenxiang and Wu Yujun had talked for more than 2 hours. Chapter 4055. Previously, when Bai Yuyu recovered his memories, he was also like Lu Meng'er, kissing Shenxiang the moment he saw him. Shenxiang originally thought that Lu Meng'er would be more restrained and reserved. After all, there was an outsider like Wu Yujun here. However, he still underestimated the feelings in Lu Meng'er's heart that had been suppressed for a long time. Wu Yujun was startled. She was also embarrassed to be at the side, so she could only run into a room by herself. Although she did not know why Lu Meng'er would treat Xinxiang like this, she could see the emotions that Lu Meng'er had just revealed. After a long while, Lu Meng'er finally stopped. Her face was slightly red as she stared at Xinxiang with deep emotions. Then, she leaned into Xinxiang's embrace. Little scoundrel, why were you sealed? It's all our fault for not noticing this earlier. Otherwise, we would have definitely gone to save you. Lu Meng'er felt very guilty. Didn't I run out now? Xinxiang laughed. Elder Sister Meng. It's actually my fault. I should have run out earlier. That way, you wouldn't have had to work so hard. Don't say any more, it's all in the past. Lu Meng'er chuckled. Now everything starts anew. Xinxiang gently caressed Lu Meng'er's tender jade white face, wiped away the tears on her face, and said, Elder Sister Meng, we will definitely be able to charge out of the 10 great worlds. Lu Meng'er nodded. If Wu Yujun wasn't here, she would have continued to be affectionate with Xinxiang. Xinxiang looked at the room Wu Yujun was in, coughed dryly a few times, and said, Little you girl, come out. You all, what's going on with you two? Wu Yujun's expression was strange as he looked at Xinxiang and Lu Meng'er. Young Master Xin is my man. Many things happened back then, and he was only reborn during this period of time. And I only remembered this matter now. Lu Meng'er explained simply. He really is an old fox. Wu Yujun laughed. Little you, I told you before that Hangjing City is very important, so you have to do this well. Shan Xiang said, I'll ask Elder Ape and the others to stay here and assist you. I'll also give you a large amount of antidotes and antidotes so that Elder Ape and the others won't accidentally hurt our own people. With the Elder Ape and the others here, I'm not afraid of anything. Wu Yujun smiled. Young Master Shin, I'll go find the Elder Ape now. You guys continue. After she finished speaking, she ran away. Seeing Wu Yujun leave, Shin Xiang immediately hugged Lu Menger's waist, tightly holding this peerless beauty in his arms. Sister Menger, in fact, elder sister Zhao's memory has not disappeared, but it is very difficult for her to explain it to you. Shin Xiang said, Who has recovered their memories now? Xiang Yue, who else? Lu Menger asked. Shin Xiang talked about Hua Xiangyue and Bai Yuyu. Yan Xilan did not recover his memories, but his attitude toward Shin Xiang was extremely good. So Lu Menger thought that Yan Xilan had also recovered his memories. With Long Jiuxiao in the Starfire City, we don't have to worry. Lu Menger also started to talk about serious matters now. Here in Hengjing City, with the ape demon dragon and that fake elderling, it will be much more stable. Sister Meng, I'll have to trouble you to set up more transmission array. Shen Xiang laughed. I have a lot of heavenly jewels here. I'll give you some. There's no need for that for now. There are a lot of heavenly jewels in Elderling's storage ring. It's enough for me to use right now. Lu Menger laughed. My young Master Shin, the next thing you need to do is to help Xian Xian and the others recover their memories. She will be coming to Starfire City soon. Old Huang had warned me before, telling me not to help you recover your memories too quickly, in case the power of the ancient code sensed it. He was afraid that the power would descend again and cause harm to you all. Shen Xiang sighed. Sister Yu is also worried about this. What kind of power is it that can actually disperse the memories related to you from the souls of so many people? Lu Menger also felt a little afraid when he thought about it. Don't worry, no matter what kind of power it is. I will definitely be able to resist it in the future. After Shin Xiang finished speaking, she kissed Lu Menger's red lips. The two of them spent a sweet hour alone before arriving at the top of the pagoda. Shin Xiang called Wang Xingzun and the old ape over. Wu Yujun was also here. He told them about the matters of Hengjing City. Wang Shangzun's main mission was to hide it from the extreme holy sect and not let them know that the towering Wind City had changed owners. The old ape, on the other hand, had to lead the ape demon dragon to protect the construction of the entire Hengjing City and prevent any external forces from interfering. When necessary, Wang Shengzun would also lead the disciples of the extreme holy sect to help. Chapter 4056. Shen Xiang, who was in the palace, immediately told Lu Menger that he was going to the towering Wind City after receiving Wang Shengzun's request for help. Lu Menger was still busy setting up the transmission array. She did not know that there was a powerful person from the sacred sect in the towering Wind City. Even if she knew, she wouldn't be worried because she was very confident in Shen Xiang's current strength. Shen Xiang, who had taken care of Elderling and the ape devil dragon, was indeed an invincible existence in the 10 great worlds. Shan Xiang quickly arrived at the towering Wind City. Wang Shengzun was waiting for Shen Xiang in the tower. That place was originally a forbidden area that no one else could enter, so it was the best place to meet Shen Xiang. Old Wang, why do you look so ugly? When Shen Xiang saw Wang Shengzun, he felt that something was wrong. Young Master Shin, I'm a little afraid of the guy sent by the Supreme Sacred Sect. I might not be able to deal with him. What should I do? Wang Shengzun said. If I were to clash with him here, I'm afraid that I would expose the fact that I am disguised as Elderling. Wang Shengzun himself was very clear that this towering Wind City was very important to Shin Xiang. If it was exposed, it would be a great loss to Shin Xiang. That guy hasn't come yet, right? Are you afraid? Shin Xiang was not afraid at all and said in a relaxed manner, The Supreme Sacred Sect is a very large power in the sanctuary. It can be said that it is one of the few colossi in the entire sanctuary. Look, The number of people they sent here might be over 1,000,000 in the end. Wang Shengzun said, "How strong can the guy they sent be? Can he beat the old ape?" Xinxiang said, "The reason why the Supreme Sacred Sect sent such a strong person over is to guard against the ape devil dragon, right?" Previously, when the ape devil dragon appeared in the towering Wind City, it was beaten away by the Wang Xingzun. It was Shanxiang who arranged this scene. Wang Saint Sovereign, who was impersonating Elderling, was not a weak elder in the Supreme Sacred Sect. However, the fact that he could beat away the demonic ape dragon was still very shocking to many disciples of the Supreme Sacred Sect. Although Elderling had the final say in penetrating Wind City, there must be spies from the extreme sacred sect here to keep an eye on Elderling. This was very normal. Therefore, before Wang Saint Sovereign could report to the Supreme Saint Sect about the demonic ape dragon, the Supreme Saint Sect received it immediately. This meant that there were indeed spies of the Supreme Holy Sect in Lingfeng City. An elder who could beat away the demonic ape dragon and had an antidote, the Extreme Saint Sect would definitely be very curious. So they sent people to investigate. Shen Xiang had already considered that this would happen, so he was not too surprised. They sent one of the 5 protectors of the Supreme Holy Sect. These 5 guys are also the strongest and oldest guys in the Extreme Holy Sect. Wang Shengzun said, "That guy is called the 10,000 Poison Protector. He is very good at using poison. The strongest in the Supreme Holy Sect are actually the 5 protectors." Xinxiang said in surprise, "What about the sect leader of the Supreme Holy Sect?" "The sect leader of the Supreme Holy Sect is just a junior of the 5 protectors. In short, the most senior people in the Supreme Holy Sect are those protectors. They are all behind the scenes, mainly to guard the sect. They will only show up when needed." Wang Xingzun said, "Oh, I didn't expect to attract such a powerful guy." Shen Xiang actually wanted to fight with the other party. "Young Master Shin, these protectors of the Supreme Holy Sect are different from me, Elderling and the old ape. They are not so easy to deal with," Wang Shengzun warned. "I know what to do." Shen Xiang nodded and said, "I will wait here with you for that protector to come. With me here, you don't have to worry. Young Master Shin, he shouldn't find out that I am pretending to be Elderling. He came here just to take over the penetrating Wind City. He is preparing to welcome more disciples of the Supreme Holy Sect." Wang Shengzun said, "Maybe he's really worried that the ape demon dragon will attack the penetrating Wind City again. He is trying to protect the penetrating Wind City." "Old Wang, with such a guy in the penetrating Wind City, how can you be the only one under the penetrating Wind City?" Shan Xiang chuckled. "So we have to get rid of this guy." The reason why Wang Shengzun said so much just now was to prevent Shan Xiang from acting recklessly. He didn't expect that Shan Xiang still wanted to get rid of the protector. "I won't do it in the penetrating Wind City. How about this? You reveal to him where the green dragon demon slayer appeared and lure him to look for it." Xinxiang said, "He shouldn't be able to resist the temptation of the green dragon demon slayer. He's not stupid. He definitely won't be fooled so easily." Wang Shengzun shook his head. Xinxiang could only take out the green dragon demon slayer, then took out a pearl and injected it with the unique dragon chi of the green dragon demon slayer. "Give this to him. When the time comes, you can casually find a reason and say that you found it through the spies of the Heavenly Eternal Empire." Xin Xiang said, "As for the location, in the north of Hungjing City, there is a hidden dragon mountain. I will meet him there." "That's the only way." Wang Shengzun nodded. Afterwards, Xin Xiang discussed some details with him. Chapter 4057. Saint Wang looked very calm on the surface, but he was panicking in his heart. He followed beside Protector Myriad Poison. On the way to the forbidden area, he gradually calmed down because Protector Myriad Poison didn't notice anything strange. The subordinates, brought by Protector Myriad Poison, were all in a large square in Lingfeng City. They faced the disciples of the Supreme Sacred Sect, who had arrived at the 10 Worlds long ago, with disdain. Among the disciples of the Supreme Sacred Sect, there were also different levels, and they all despised each other. For example, the disciples brought by Protector Myriad Poison had a higher status than the disciples of Lingfeng City. When Shen Xiang quietly followed, he discovered that Protector Myriad Poison was not simple. His consciousness was very powerful. Although this guy's cultivation is restricted by the power of the laws of the 10 Worlds, his consciousness is not. Shen Xiang thought, his consciousness is much stronger than elderlings. Could it be that Protector Myriad Poison is one of the strongest people in the sacred realm? Although Protector Myriad Poison's consciousness was very strong, it didn't scare Shen Xiang because Shen Xiang's consciousness was stronger than his. Protector Myriad Poison's strongest should be using poison, and Shen Xiang was the most confident in this aspect. Along the way, Protector Myriad Poison's consciousness swept back and forth in all directions. It could be seen that he was very vigilant in case there was an ambush. Protector Myriad Poison was more cautious because he didn't trust Elderling beside him, especially after the appearance of the demonic ape dragon in Lingfeng City. He was very suspicious. In his opinion, the demonic ape dragon couldn't be easily defeated, but the demonic ape dragon did leave. The strange thing was that the poison disciples could still eat detoxification pills. With Protector Myriad Poison's understanding of the demonic ape dragon's poison, there was no detoxification pill at all. He didn't believe in detoxification pills at all, so he came to check it out personally. The 10 Worlds operation this time was very important to the Supreme Sacred Sect. They had invested a lot in this Lingfeng City. If everything went well, their early investment could help the Supreme Sacred Sect seize the initiative. Protector Myriad Poison also came with a heavy responsibility. He had to control Lingfeng City well and couldn't let anything go wrong. Shen Xiang could clearly sense the Myriad Poison Protector's consciousness. After seeing that the Myriad Poison Protector was extremely cautious, he had to be very cautious if he wanted to make a move. Soon, Saint Sovereign Wang brought the Myriad Poison Protector to the pagoda. After entering, the Myriad Poison Protector hurriedly said, "Just say it directly. What's with the detoxification pill? I wonder if Great Venerable Protector understands the construction process of Towering Wind City? It's a long story it starts from." Saint Wang was interrupted by the Poison Protector. Make it short. The Myriad Poison Protector seemed to be very impatient. Towering Wind City was built by the Heavenly Eternal Empire, and we used the resources of the Heavenly Eternal Empire to explore a very interesting place. To the north of Eternal Capital, there is a hidden Dragon Mountain. That area is extremely dangerous. How did you get the antidote pill? The Myriad Poison Protector urged. I found it in the hidden Dragon Mountain. Wang Shengzun said, there is also the Green Dragon Demon Slayer in the hidden Dragon Mountain. I've read your previous report. It said that there is also a vermilion bird egg, right? When the Myriad Poison Protector heard about the Green Dragon Demon Slayer, he immediately became very interested. Yes, that egg is in the Heavenly Eternal Imperial Mausoleum. Wang Shengzun said, Great Venerable Protector, you must not underestimate the 10 Great Worlds. That Imperial Mausoleum was built with the help of external forces and is extremely powerful. The group of ape demon dragons were trapped inside before. Let's talk about the Green Dragon Demon Slayer first. Is this information reliable? The Myriad Poison Protector asked. It's very reliable. Wang Shengzun took out a pearl that contained the energy of the Green Dragon Demon Slayer and handed it to the Myriad Poison Protector. The Myriad Poison Protector took it, and after sensing it for a while, his expression changed slightly. It is indeed as strong as the legends say. Just this aura alone is very scary, and this is only a trace of energy. The myriad poison protector narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he was also slightly excited. The detoxification pill was found in the cave in the hidden dragon mountain. The green dragon demon slayer was inserted in that cave, but I couldn't pull it out. Wang Shangzun said, I wonder who put the detoxification pill in there. Could it be that the ape demon dragon once threatened the person who refined the pill? In the sacred domain, no one wants the green dragon demon slayer more than the ape demon dragon. This saber is their greatest nemesis. With this saber, we can suppress them. The myriad poison protector said, so it's not surprising that they came here early to look for the saber. At this moment, the myriad poison protector looked very calm, but his voice was trembling. It was obvious that he was excited, because he felt that he was very close to the green dragon demon slayer. As long as he obtained the saber, he would be able to dominate the sacred domain. Although he was one of the 5 protectors of the supreme sacred sect, he did not have the final say in the sect. Chapter 4058. Shen Xiang's body looked relatively thin and small. After all, he was still a youth, but after he put on the mask and black clothes, it was impossible to tell that he was a youth. In the eyes of the 10,000 poison protector, Shen Xiang was just a skinny old man. No one would think that the person who possessed the green dragon demon slayer was a youth. You were poisoned by the ape demon dragon poison. That was refined by me, so it won't act up immediately. So I advise you not to be too arrogant. Shen Xiang laughed. He did not hide his voice. It sounded like a youth's. When the 10,000 poison protector heard Shen Xiang's voice, he was secretly shocked, but he still thought that the person in front of him was an old man. In fact, Shen Xiang was indeed very old. His soul's lifespan was much longer than the 10,000 poison protector. Poisoned? The 10,000 poison protector laughed out loud. Although I am unable to cure the ape demon dragon poison, the ape demon dragon poison cannot do anything to me. You have stayed in the 10 great worlds for too long, so you do not know how powerful the heavens are. I can cure the ape demon dragon poison, but you can't. I am stronger than you, Shen Xiang said. He now realized that this 10,000 poison protector was indeed very skilled and was not injured by the ape demon dragon poison. The 10,000 poison protector was still quite powerful, but Shen Xiang was not too worried. If using poison did not work, then he could only fight. The green dragon demon slayer is still stuck there. It seems that even you are unable to completely control this blade, right? Since this blade does not belong to you, then please move aside. The 10,000 poison protector did not attack immediately. Right now, he could not see through Shen Xiang's strength, because Shen Xiang was able to refine the ape demon dragon poison and even cure it. Who said, I can't control the green dragon demon slayer. After Shen Xiang finished speaking, the green dragon demon slayer suddenly emitted a strong light and floated up. Myriad poison protector's expression suddenly turned serious. If the opponent had a green dragon demon slayer and was able to use the green dragon demon slayer well, then he was indeed a very powerful enemy. Humph. Having this saber will only bring you a fatal disaster. Simply put, your status is not worthy of this saber. As the myriad poison protector spoke, a transparent, colorless, and odorless poison gas leaked out from his 2 sleeves. The poisonous gas was very fierce, and under the control of the 10,000 poison protector, it rushed to Shen Xiang's side and enveloped Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang was quite surprised in his heart, because this 10,000 poison protector's method of using poison was indeed very brilliant. Only he, Shen Xiang, could defend against it. In the 10 great worlds, there were probably not many people who could withstand a poison like the myriad poison protector. The corners of the myriad poison protector's mouth curled upwards as he sneered. You've already been poisoned by my soul-splitting and soul-shattering poison. Is this poison targeted at the soul? Just now, Shen Xiang had also felt that when the poison gas floated over, it made his soul feel uncomfortable. However, the poison gas did not enter his body, nor was it able to harm his soul. This was because when it approached, the poison gas had already been drawn into the 6 realms mirrors and refined by him. Poisons that harm the body can only be considered second-rate, and to be able to poison the soul and not be detected by others, this is a first-rate poison. The myriad poison protector laughed complacently. Do you feel a little dizzy right now? A little, Xinxiang said, and then, my soul will shatter. It won't shatter immediately, but I can control that wisp of poison soul. As long as I am willing, I can tear your soul apart at any time. The myriad poison protector laughed out loud. My poison has already been refined into a soul, so no one will know. Of course Xinxiang had discovered it. His soul was so powerful. How could he not have discovered it? It was just that he did not realize that it was actually some kind of poison soul. This kind of poison is indeed very advanced. Weak souls, people would not be able to sense it at all. Your poison soul is not pure enough, Xinxiang said. He thought that the myriad poison protector's poison soul was only mixed with a little bit of his soul. If it was the real poison soul, he would have been able to see it just now. However, the poison soul that the myriad poison protector had mentioned earlier was just a wisp of poison gas that could be controlled. Submit to me, or else you can just wait for death. The myriad poison protector looked as if victory was within his grasp. Your poison soul is very powerful, but can it block the green dragon demon slayer? Xinxiang laughed. The green dragon demon slayer is indeed powerful, but I understand this blade very well. As long as it is not used by the legendary world-defying stage ancestor god, this blade is no different from an ordinary divine tool. After the myriad poison protector finished speaking, he took out a small pagoda and laughed. After all, I am the protector of the supreme sacred sect. I also have a divine tool. Chapter 4059. If the Supreme Saint sect was a pawn of the All Heavens Palace, it meant that there were many other forces in the Holy Region that had their backs to the All Heavens Palace. Since the All Heavens Palace was so interested in that pill furnace, it was very likely that they would also send people to the 10 great heavens. The myriad poison protector said that the Supreme Sacred Sect was from the All Heavens Hall, but the people in the Supreme Sacred Sect shouldn't be from the All Heavens Hall. Are you from the Supreme Sacred Sect or the All Heavens Hall? Xinxiang asked. He wanted to confirm this matter. In his opinion, the myriad poison protector did have some strength, but he did not seem to be from the All Heavens Palace. I am the protector of the Supreme Holy Sect. The Extreme Sacred Sect is under the jurisdiction of the All Heavens Palace, but we are not from the All Heavens Palace, and we do not have the qualifications to enter the All Heavens Palace. The myriad poison protector said, Sir, are you or are you not the world-defying stage ancestor god? Don't I look like one? Xinxiang asked. The 10,000 poison protector was now a little uncertain, because this world-defying stage ancestor god seemed to know nothing about the All Heaven Palace. If you really are the world-defying stage ancestral god, it's impossible for you not to understand the All Heaven Palace. The myriad poison protector said. What do you mean? Xinxiang asked. After that, the 10,000 poison protector told him about the rumors of the world-defying stage ancestral god and the All Heavens Palace. The world-defying stage ancestral god was very famous in the absolute monarch sanctuary. So many people believed that the world-defying stage ancestral god definitely had a deep relationship with the All Heaven Palace. There was once a rumor that the world-defying stage ancestral god was from the All Heavens Palace. So the world-defying universe, created by the world-defying stage ancestral god, also belonged to the All Heavens Palace. It was because of a dispute over the ownership of the world-defying stage universe that the world-defying stage ancestral god clashed with the All Heavens Palace and was sealed in the center of the world-defying stage universe. After Xinxiang finished listening, he was even more suspicious that the Tao creation god Lord once had a conflict with the All Heavens Palace. At that time, it was very likely that it was to fight for the world-defying stage universe, but it lost in the end, which was why it was sealed. I know nothing about the All Heavens Palace. I only know that they are now in charge of the world-defying stage universe. Xinxiang said, I am also not some world-defying stage ancestral god. You're not the world-defying stage ancestral god. The myriad poison protector asked in shock, Then who exactly is it? My name is Xinxiang, and I was the one who created the world-defying stage universe. Xinxiang said, In the world-defying stage universe, there is no world-defying stage ancestor god. Impossible. The world-defying stage ancestral god has done many things in the world-defying stage universe. Moreover, he once used the divine mirror of 6 paths and the 4 symbols divine weapons to fight in all directions in the proud universe, and was finally sealed by the All Heavens Palace. The myriad poison protector said, The 6 realms mirrors and the 4 symbols divine weapons are also sealed in the 10 great worlds. Xinxiang had guessed before that the 6 realms mirrors and the 4 symbols divine weapons had once left the 10 great worlds. Now that he heard the myriad poison protector say this, he was even more certain. At that time, the divine mirror of 6 paths and the 4 symbols divine weapons should have followed the Tao creation divine Lord for a period of time, but the relevant memories were erased by the Tao creation divine Lord, so little sister Xiaojing's memories of this were vague. In other words, the subsequent strengthening and huge changes in the 4 symbols divine weapons were all related to the Tao creation divine Lord. That's another person. Xinxiang said, Ridiculous, so it's not the world-defying stage ancestor god. Then you won't be able to completely control the 6 realms mirrors and the green dragon demon slayer. The myriad poison protector, who was still very cowardly just now, suddenly sneered. Since that's the case, then you have nothing to be afraid of. What are you doing? Xinxiang felt that it was a little funny. What the myriad poison protector was originally afraid of was not the 6 realms mirrors and the green dragon demon slayer, but the world-defying stage ancestor god. As long as you are not the world-defying stage ancestor god, I can defeat you. The myriad poison protector was now immobilized by the light emitted by the 6 realms mirrors, unable to move. But his consciousness it was controlled at will. Through his powerful consciousness, he poured it into his storage ring and released dozens of golden talismans. This is a divine talisman. After the myriad poison protector finished speaking, he controlled the dozens of divine talismans and rushed toward Xinxiang. Xinxiang also felt a lot of pressure. If he did not use the 6 realms mirrors, he might not be able to block it. Chapter 4060. The soul of the 10,000 poison protector was indeed struggling, but it was completely suppressed by the 6 realms mirrors. With the soul of the 10,000 poison protector, it was impossible to break free from the 6 realms mirrors, even though it was also a very powerful soul. It could be said that this was the strongest outsider soul that Xinxiang had encountered in the 10 great worlds. It was just that he had encountered the 6 realms mirrors. After the soul of the 10,000 poison protector was sealed, Xinxiang immediately used the soul-absorbing devil spell to look at the memories in the soul so that he could understand more about the supreme, sacred sect. But what he didn't expect was that the soul of the 10,000 poison protector was not simple. When he used the soul-absorbing devil spell to investigate, he was actually blocked by a very strange force, causing him to be unable to proceed smoothly. This guy's soul seems to have been tampered with. Xinxiang did not continue to search his memories, but instead studied the strangeness of this soul. Not long after, Xinxiang discovered a clue. The 10,000 poison protector's position in the supreme sacred sect is so high, but he actually signed such a soul contract with someone else. Xinxiang soon discovered that there was a soul contract in the soul of the 10,000 poison protector, and it was a very deep one. External forces could not detect the memories in the depths of the soul at all. If Xinxiang wanted to forcefully investigate, it would only cause the soul to collapse. For example, just now, when Xinxiang used the soul-absorbing devil spell, It had already caused the soul of the 10,000 poison protector to become chaotic. This contract is very clever. Could it be from the All Heavens Palace? Shen Xiang also discovered that this contract actually had a certain level of consciousness. At this moment, it was actually burning the soul power of the 10,000 poison protector and then releasing a signal to the outside world. No, I have to destroy it quickly, or else I will be tracked. Shen Xiang did not know if it would attract people from the All Heavens Palace. Although he was not afraid, he did not want others to know his whereabouts. Helpless, Shen Xiang could only use a very rough method to search the soul of the 10,000 poison protector. Shen Xiang used the soul-absorbing devil spell to the extreme, but he was still unable to break through the power of the contract. However, it could cause the myriad poison protector's soul to shatter, and the contract would no longer be able to continue burning the soul's energy to send out signals. Shen Xiang picked up the 10,000 poison protector's storage ring. He was unable to open it, so he could only give it to Lu Meng'er and let her help him open it. Wang Shengzun watched from afar. He was scared to death just now. The moment the 10,000 poison protector's divine sense locked onto him, he thought that he was going to die. Fortunately, Shen Xiang's strength did not disappoint him. He killed the poison protector in an instant. Shen Xiang came next to the Wang sovereign and said, I didn't expect for the All Heavens Hall to send someone to the 10 grand heavens. Young Master Shen, is this true? Hearing about the All Heavens Palace, Saint Wang was also very scared. Of course it's true. The myriad poison protector just contacted the people from the All Heavens Palace. It shouldn't be long before the people from the All Heavens Palace arrive at Towering Wind City, said Shen Xiang. This scared Saint Wang so much that his face turned pale. One must know that he, Saint Wang, was currently impersonating Elderling and was in charge of the entire Towering Wind City. If the people from the All Heavens Palace came, then he would be their #1 target. I'm going back to the Towering Wind City now. I have to think of a way to control that passageway. I can't let them send people over just because they want to. Shen Xiang said. Then, what about the 10,000 poison protector? How are we going to explain this to the disciples of the supreme sacred sect in the Towering Wind City? Saint Wang asked anxiously. There are still many disciples he brought over there. Of course, we have to kill them all. Shen Xiang said, There are too many people. It's not easy to control. Young Master Shen, why don't you control the 10,000 poison protector? This way, the people he brought will also be indirectly controlled. Saint Wang asked. It's hard to control. Shen Xiang shook his head. Of course he wanted to, but it was impossible. The 10,000 poison protector did not bring many disciples of the supreme sacred sect, and none of them were weak. This gave Shen Xiang a headache. Old Wang, what kind of strength do the disciples of the supreme sacred sect that the 10,000 poison protector brought over? If we let the ape demon dragon take action, can we deal with them? Shen Xiang asked. In the supreme sacred sect, only the 10,000 poison protector is not afraid of poison, but the other disciples are not. Saint Wang nodded. The ape demon dragon can kill them. Arrange for them to stay in the forbidden area. Shen Xiang said, That is the quietest and most secret place in the Towering Wind City. Furthermore, the interior is very luxurious. They will definitely be willing. Chapter 4061. Xian Xian can find the time to come over? That's great. Shen Xiang laughed. Long time no see, I miss her. Xian Xian is still the same. She hasn't changed much. She's still as naughty as ever. Lu Meng'er laughed. Don't worry. Even if she can't remember you, she won't hate you. Xue Xian Xian was summoned back to the 100 Flowers world. That place also needed to build a city with a very strong defense, as well as a large amount of resources. Su Meiyao, who was refining pills, was now called back to help. The main reason was to refine a type of large pill that could explode. It was not easy to call Xue Xianxian over now. Of course, Shenxiang now had a large number of heavenly jewels. As long as he set up the transmission array in the future, the people from the Hundred Flowers world could come to the world-defying stage at any time. Elder Sister Meng, you couldn't remember me before. What kind of feeling do you have towards me? Shenxiang asked curiously. In short, I don't hate you, but I just want to bully you. Lu Menger smiled and pinched Shenxiang's handsome face and said with a chuckle, Who told you to become a young man? Seeing your face, I want to bully you. Shenxiang grabbed Lu Menger's jade hand and felt her tenderness. At the same time, he went to check her current cultivation level. Elder Sister Meng, after fusing with the Sazaka silk, you were able to cultivate a Dao Yuan crystal. This process is truly magical. Shenxiang could feel Lu Menger's Dao Yuan energy, and it was very strong. If not for your appearance, I don't know when I would be able to cultivate a Dao Yuan crystal. Lu Menger also leaned into her embrace. Shenxiang was busy with all sorts of things, dealing with the forces from beyond the heavens, and attacking the forces from beyond the heavens that had entered the 10 great worlds ahead of time. On the other hand, Lu Menger had to set up an array. They were all very busy, and now that they had some time, they were all very intimate with each other. They were hugging each other, while Wu Yujun was waiting for them outside. Furthermore, she had been waiting for quite a long time. Lu Menger and Shenxiang were in the imperial palace of Hung Capital, in a very strict inner courtyard. He had to set up a transmission array in the inner courtyard, and then set up others in other parts of the palace. There would definitely be more than one teleportation array. There had to be multiple teleportation arrays. Otherwise, if they were destroyed, one of the paths would be cut off. Shenxiang pushed open the door and saw Wu Yujun pacing back and forth outside. He smiled and said, Little you, if you have something urgent, just knock on the door. Why are you being so formal? At this time, Lu Menger also walked out. At the same time, she tidied up her long hair and clothes. Elder Brother Qin, Sister Menger, did I spoil your good deed? Wu Yujun said. Wu Yujun didn't speak or move. When she sat there, she looked like a quiet and peerless beauty. But the moment she spoke or moved, she was like a wild girl. Xiaoyu, what are you thinking? Young Master Xin just came to talk to me about some things. Lu Menger pursed her lips and smiled. What are you talking about? How could it make Sister Menger's hair and clothes messy? Brother Xin, are you using your hands to talk? Wu Yujun laughed mischievously. Damned girl. Shenxiang, who was a little shorter than Wu Yujun, had the appearance of a young man, but he acted like an old man. He pinched Wu Yujun's beautiful face and scolded with a smile. If you have something to say, then say it quickly. It's news about the mysterious empire of the world-defying stage. Wu Yujun said, Elder Sister Meng, I handed this matter over to me previously, and the Heavenly Eternal Empire also sent out many spies. Coincidentally, in the past few days, a large amount of news has been sent back. The spies of our Hundred Flowers world, as well as the spies of the Heavenly Eternal Empire, have all sent back news at this time. Lu Menger frowned slightly. There's something fishy about this matter. Yes, they all came back at about the same time. Wu Yujun nodded. Come in and talk. Lu Menger gently pulled Wu Yujun's hand and walked into the house. After Shenxiang closed the door, Lu Menger took out a set of red armor and handed it over to Wu Yujun. Xiaoyu, this armor is for you. I've modified it with the equipment from the outside world and tailored it according to your figure. Lu Menger laughed. You are a member of the Hundred Flowers world. You must have a gift. It's too beautiful. It will definitely fit. Wu Yujun couldn't wait to put it on. Just as she was about to take off her clothes, she glanced at Shenxiang and ran into a room to change. She walked out after putting on her clothes. She was valiant and had a valiant aura. Chapter 4062. After knowing that the Hidden Empire had the All Heavens Palace, Shenxiang had no choice but to make a trip there. Are you going to the Hidden Empire? Lu Meng'er could see through Shen Xiang's thoughts with a single glance. Although she knew that with Shen Xiang's strength, she would not encounter any danger, she was still a little worried. After all, Shen Xiang was most likely sealed by the All Heavens Palace back then. If the All Heavens Palace could seal Shen Xiang before, they might be able to seal him a second time. Lu Meng'er did not want to be separated from Shen Xiang for so long. There might have been a huge change in the 10 Great Worlds, causing the All Heavens Palace to be unable to interfere with the power of the ancient code here. Shen Xiang said, "In order to find a pill furnace, they did so many troublesome things. It can be seen that in the 10 Great Worlds, they are unable to use it at all. No matter who it was, they were unable to clearly judge the situation in the 10 Great Worlds, especially those within the 10 Great Worlds. They were completely unaware of the changes in the power of the ancient code." Shen Xiang guessed that it was most likely because of his new appearance in the 10 Great Worlds, and because of his influence, the power of the ancient code here had secretly changed. "Then you must be careful. When are you leaving?" Lu Meng'er asked. "The sooner the better." Shen Xiang said, "I plan to set off immediately and investigate. If there really is the All Heavens Palace here, then I must understand their intentions. Elder brother Shen, we don't know much about the Hidden Empire right now. It's not good for you to be in such a hurry to go." Wu Yujun was also a little worried. "As long as I know where the All Heavens Palace is, it's fine. I must go find them." Shen Xiang had been sealed for so many years. He had to figure out what was going on. "Aren't you waiting for Xian Xian?" Lu Meng'er asked. "I'm not waiting. After I return, I should be able to see her." Shen Xiang laughed. "After you see her, say a lot of good things about me in front of her and give her a good impression." "Got it." Lu Meng'er chuckled and nodded. "I will make a trip to the Starfire City first and explain some things to Uncle Jiu Shao." Shen Xiang said, "All right, leave this place to me and Xiao Yu." Lu Meng'er nodded, then wrapped around Shen Xiang and kissed his cheek. "Should we bring the elder ape and the others?" Wu Yujun said, "The old ape has 100 of them. Just take some with you. It's not a bad thing to have some helpers, right?" "No need, I can go by myself. The old ape's poison might not be as powerful as mine," Shen Xiang said with a smile. "If the demonic ape dragon stayed here, it would be able to defend against the incoming enemies." The Myriad Poison Protector had contacted the All Heavens Palace before. If the All Heavens Palace really came, the ape demon dragon would be able to hold them off for a while. Lu Meng'er gave Shen Xiang a long-distance communication array disk so that they could contact each other and know Shen Xiang's situation at any time. Shen Xiang looked for Saint Wang to settle some matters. Then he left Eternal Capital and immediately flew towards Meteor Trail City. He found Long Jiuxiao and told him about the Hidden Empire and the All Heavens Palace. Then he told him about the situation in the Heavenly Eternal Empire. Long Jiuxiao was very shocked by this. He never thought that Shen Xiang would do such a shocking thing while he was not in the Meteor Trail City. In the Great Yan Imperial City, with the fake Heavenly Flame Emperor, everything had become very stable. Now, the entire Great Yan Empire was working together to build an enormous Meteor Trail City. After arranging everything, Shen Xiang immediately headed for the Hidden Empire. According to the information given by Wu Yujun, the Hidden Empire was located in the westernmost part of the world, defying stage. There was a desolate plain there that was filled with thick fog all year round. And Shen Xiang only flew for 2 days before he entered the Hidden Empire's territory. Many of the large cities in the Hidden Empire were built in that kind of environment. Furthermore, their large cities were never open to the public. They were also very xenophobic. As long as they met someone who was not from the Hidden Empire, they would kill them. For many years, spies from various powers had tried everything to enter the city, but none of them had been able to. And in these few days, those large cities had suddenly opened up, so spies from various powers had entered the city at the first moment and discovered that there were a large number of outsiders in the city. Chapter 4063. Xin Xiang had guessed before that in order to find the heaven and earth pill furnace, the All Heavens Palace might encounter very strong competitors and might even start a war in the 10 great worlds. That was why the All Heavens Palace would personally come down and set up a trap in the world-defying world, secretly sending in a large number of forces from beyond the heavens. In addition, the All Heavens Palace also let several major forces from the outer heaven sacred realm participate, such as the Supreme Sacred Sect and the God Horn Beast Clan. And this heavenless God Palace had once fought back and forth with the All Heavens Palace. To be able to become the All Heavens Palace's opponent, it was definitely not fighting alone. In other words, the Heavenless God Palace had also set up a trap in the 10 great worlds in advance. Xin Xiang and the others could find the hidden empire that the All Heavens Palace was hiding in, but they still didn't know where the headquarters of the Heavenless God Palace was. Then there was only one possibility: the Heavenless God Palace was hidden in another world. There were as many as 10 great worlds, and some of them were rare, so it was very possible that the Heavenless God Palace was hiding in those places. I say, friends from the All Heavens Palace, our Heavenless God Palace had a big conflict with you 3 years ago. Don't you remember our Heavenless God Palace? The blue-robed youth asked. So it's your Heavenless God Palace? What business do you have in our territory? Shen Xiang deliberately asked in a very arrogant tone. The blue-robed youth seemed to be used to it and didn't feel disgusted. You suddenly revealed your hiding place, so I naturally had to come and take a look. Why? Didn't you come out to welcome me? The blue-robed youth laughed. Welcome you for what? Xin Xiang snorted coldly. What qualifications do the weaklings of the Heavenless God Palace have for me to welcome you? Little brother, I presume you often cultivate in seclusion, right? Don't you know who I am? The blue-robed youth smiled. Who do you think you are? Shen Xiang laughed and said, Guys from the Heavenless God Palace, no matter how strong you are in the eyes of my All Heavens Palace, you are all cats and dogs. No, a guy like you is a little mouse, a little bug. You can't even be considered a cat or dog. The blue-robed youth raised his eyebrows, but still maintained a smile on his face. Xin Xiang was as arrogant as he could be. Anyway, he was using the banner of the All Heavens Palace, so he wasn't afraid of the consequences of attracting hatred. The blue-clothed young man suddenly stopped flying and hovered in the air. Shen Xiang also stopped and circled around him. He laughed and said, Scoundrel, are you scared? You people from the All Heavens Palace are so arrogant that it has opened my eyes. The blue-clothed young man let out a long sigh and said, Do you really not know who I am, or are you just pretending? Then tell me, which hair are you? Xin Xiang said, There are too many hairs in Heavenless Divine Palace. How could I possibly remember who is who? I'm Lan Qingtian, the blue-shirt young man said. So it's Lan Qingtian. Shen Xiang suddenly pretended to be surprised. It seems like you still recognize me. Lan Qingtian smiled. I remember now. You're the famous Lan Qingtian, right? Shen Xiang said. You're Lan Qingtian, the grandson of the cockroach that Xiao Ming's dog stomped to death next door? So it's you. I almost didn't recognize you when you turned into a dog. Lan Qingtian was stunned. He was shocked. He thought that his name, Lan Qingtian, was still very famous in the sacred region. As long as it was a young person from the All Heavens Palace, they should have heard of him. Even if they didn't recognize his strength, they shouldn't have done this. How could they insult him? It seems that you must be very strong. That's why you look down on me. I'm just a snob. Please forgive me, Lan Qingtian said. Shen Xiang was also a little surprised. This Lan Qingtian should be a big shot. He actually had such good self-restraint, which really made him admire him. Generally, people with such good self-restraint were very strong. Of course, a dog, like you can only be a servant in my All Heavens Palace. Shen Xiang continued to provoke Lan Qingtian. He wanted to sow discord between the Heavenless Divine Palace and the All Heavens Palace. You shouldn't be from the All Heavens Palace, right? Lan Qingtian suddenly smiled. Of course, I'm from the All Heavens Palace, Xin Xiang said. Chapter 4064. They had met under such circumstances and had an unpleasant exchange before. It was indeed difficult for them to trust each other. You're starting to think that I'm from the All Heavens Palace again. Xin Xiang laughed. All right, I'm from the All Heavens Palace. Brother, can we be more sincere? Lan Qingtian smiled bitterly and shook his head. I suspect that you are from the All Heavens Palace, but you don't give me the feeling that you are. I want to know who are the people from the All Heavens Palace hiding in the 100 Flowers realm and the 9 Clouds realm? Xin Xiang said, the bosses of the 100 Flowers realm and the 9 Clouds realm have a good relationship with me. The boss of the 100 Flowers realm is Xiao Xianglin, and the 9 Clouds realm is Long Jiuxiao. You have a good relationship with them? Lan Qingtian didn't quite believe it, but seeing that Xin Xiang had a very fast-flying magic treasure, he felt that it was possible. You should know that Uncle Jiuxiao is building the Meteor Trail City, right? Xin Xiang said. This Meteor Trail City can defend against external enemies. Of course I know. Lan Qingtian nodded. Have you gone to look for him? Shen Xiang asked. Uncle Jiuxiao is a very reasonable person. If you sincerely want to cooperate with him, there will definitely be no problem. Is the Meteor Trail City really used to defend against external invaders? Lan Qingtian asked. Why do you ask? Isn't it? Shen Xiang felt that this question was a little funny. That place is so close to the entrance of the God Horn Beast clan. It's obvious that it's the granary of the God Horn Beast clan. Long Jiuxiao should be controlled by the All Heavens Palace, which is why they built such a big city there. Lan Qingtian said. Xin Xiang now understood why Lan Qingtian didn't trust Long Jiuxiao. This was indeed very suspicious. However, Shen Xiang himself knew very well that he was the one who chose to build it near the Crouching Dragon Manor. He didn't care about the God Horn Beast clan's passage at all. When necessary, he could forcefully take over and close it. The supreme sacred sect's Lingfeng city was now under Xin Xiang's control. Furthermore, he had 100 demonic ape servants, so dealing with the God Horn Beast clan was not a problem. Uncle Jiuxiao is not controlled, Xin Xiang said. Really? I have very reliable information that the Heavenly Flame Emperor has already been conferred the title of Sky Sovereign. A force from beyond the heavens had given him a lot of help. And now, Heavenly Flame Emperor has actually announced that he will be participating in the construction of Meteor Trail City. How do you explain this? Lan Qingtian asked. Shen Xiang could not explain, as it would reveal his secret. It's up to you whether you believe me or not, Shen Xiang said. If you don't want to tell me, then forget it. Goodbye. He just wanted to quickly pass the news to Long Jiuxiao and Xiao Xianglin so that they could thoroughly investigate the hidden spies, so as to avoid huge losses in the future. The divine mirror of 6 paths continued to fly forward at a very fast speed. He no longer paid attention to Lan Qingtian. He believed what Lan Qingtian had said about Heavenless God Palace being righteous. After his rebirth, his soul's special ability was to tell if a person was lying or not. Lan Qingtian was not lying, so he believed him. Seeing Shen Xiang suddenly fly away, Lan Qingtian was a little surprised. He thought that Shen Xiang would continue chatting with him for a while. He immediately chased after him, but his flying magic treasure couldn't keep up. What is the background of this young man? Why does he have such a powerful flying magic treasure? My sky raising rod speed is not slow either. It can be considered very fast in the sacred region, but it can't catch up to his flying disc. Lan Qingtian saw that Shen Xiang was gradually moving away and began to doubt his life. Not long after, he completely lost track of him. That young man shouldn't be from the All Heavens Palace. Whether it's the All Heavens Palace or the Heavenless God Palace, he doesn't know anything about them. It seems like he's really a native of the 10 Great Heaven and Earth. I never thought that the 10 great heaven and earth would actually have such a powerful young man. Lan Qingtian sighed in his heart. Actually, Shen Xiang and Lan Qingtian were both going to the same place, the All Heavens Palace in the hidden capital. Shen Xiang went to the All Heavens Palace in the hidden capital mainly to cause trouble, and then capture a few people to search their memories and understand the situation in the All Heavens Palace. If he was lucky, it would be best if he could get some heavenly jewels and all sorts of resources. Shen Xiang contacted Lu Menger and told her about his encounter with Lan Qingtian. After Lu Menger heard this, he was also a little surprised. He never thought that the 100 Flowers world would actually have a spy planted by the All Heavens Palace. Chapter 4065. Shen Xiang knew that the Heavenless God Palace, where Lan Qingtian was from, had a deep grudge with the All Heavens Palace. He knew that Lan Qingtian was here to cause trouble. However, he did not expect this seemingly gentle and easygoing young man to be so ruthless. Lan Qingtian killed a lot of people in one move. Furthermore, he did it in front of someone else's house. The scene was so tragic. Although Shen Xiang is very strong, and when he starts, he likes to kill a large number of enemies at once. However, most of the time he did it in secret and would not do it in front of so many people. Lan Qingtian did it in front of so many people. This kind of provocation could be said to be extremely arrogant. Shen Xiang hid in the crowd and looked at the square of the All Heavens Palace silently. He now knew how powerful this ruthless person from the Heavenless God Palace was. All Heavens Palace, I am Lan Qingtian. I am here to visit. Please forgive me if I have offended you. Lan Qingtian shouted at the All Heavens Palace. The onlookers outside the square were stunned. After killing so many people in front of someone else's house, he still dared to say such words. Shen Xiang wanted to see how Lan Qingtian would deal with this. He also wanted to see how powerful the All Heavens Palace was. He hoped that both sides would fight. This way, he could see the battle between the two strongest forces in the outer heavens. In his eyes, the Ultimate Saint Sect and the God-Horned Beast clan were trash. The All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless God Palace were the strongest forces in the outer heavens. The All Heavens Palace did not continue to send people out. Lan Qingtian set fire to the corpses on the ground and then stood in the middle of the flames. When he set fire, many people quickly retreated. Even those from the Outer Heavens Palace felt uncomfortable being roasted by the flames. Only Shen Xiang did not feel any discomfort. However, in order not to attract attention, he also retreated with many people. This guy is quite something. His flames are quite strong. Shen Xiang knew that this was not Lan Qingtian's strongest flame, but it was already very good. At this moment, a beautiful purple-haired woman walked out of the gate of the All Heavens Palace. This woman swayed her slender waist as she walked out, exuding a bewitching charm. She wore very little purple clothes, revealing her extremely slender waist. Her legs were very long and thin, and with her pair of purple eyes, when many men saw her, their eyes immediately burned with passion. "Ah, so it's young Master Lan. You've come from afar. We're the ones who should be forgiven." The woman chuckled. Her laughter infected people's minds, causing many men to be impulsive and want to pounce on her. However, they were very clear that the purple-haired woman was extremely terrifying. "Sister Z, you are still the same as before." Lan Qingtian smiled and said, "I accidentally killed dozens of your people just now. I'm really sorry." "It's fine. You've already burned them. You didn't dirty our door." Z.E. smiled charmingly. "Mr. Lan, why don't you bring me a gift every time you see me? Don't you like your sister?" Lan Qingtian said, "Sister Z.E. will always be my sister. I have no other feelings for my sister." Shen Xiang could see that Lan Qingtian was trying his best to resist Ziyi's bewitching mental power. It could be seen that he was under a lot of pressure now. It wasn't just Lan Qingtian. Many of the people present were already in a daze. Falling into Ziyi's bewitching domain was just some kind of impulse at first. but it gradually became terrifying later on. Some people unknowingly started to self-harm. They seemed to want to use that kind of pain to resist the terrifying, evil desire in their hearts. Shen Xiang was completely fine. On one hand, his soul was very strong. On the other hand, he had met many women who were even more bewitching than Ziyi over the years. It could be said that he had seen countless women, so naturally he would not fall so easily. Chapter 4066. Lan Qingtian could only pretend to know Shen Xiang. He was afraid that Shen Xiang would cause trouble here and make the situation difficult to clean up. Ziyi was not too wary of Shen Xiang, because the Tao Essence energy aura she sensed from Shen Xiang was not very strong. It was only the strength of someone who had just cultivated a Tao Essence crystal. In her eyes, even if 2 Lan Qingshans came, she would not be afraid, let alone here in the All Heavens Palace. Shen Xiang and Lan Qingtian walked side by side. He was shorter than Lan Qingtian by a head, and Zi, who was in front, was also taller than him. This was also the reason why Lan Qingtian and Ziyi instinctively felt that Shen Xiang was weak. "Brother, you're too much of a noob. I thought you were very awesome." Shen Xiang secretly transmitted his voice. "I say you are too weak. Why are you showing off in front of others?" Lan Qingtian had killed a large number of people from the All Heavens Palace. Ziyi was already very benevolent to receive him so nicely. "You don't know, right? The All Heavens Palace sent people to our heavenless God Palace and killed many of our people." Lan Qingtian replied, "We are just returning the favor, but you are not strong enough and you lost miserably." Shen Xiang said, "It's okay, as long as I kill enough of their people. Besides, I can't beat Ziyi. In the younger generation of our heavenless God Palace, there are only 3 people who can beat Ziyi, but they can't come." Lan Qingtian said, "Who is the strongest in this All Heavens Palace? Is it this woman?" Shen Xiang was curious. Ziyi is not the strongest, but she is not weak either. In this All Heavens Palace, she should be one of the strongest 10 or so people. Her seniority is low, and her equipment is slightly worse. Lan Qingtian replied, "In the 10 major worlds, they were restricted by the laws. No matter how strong they could not be that strong. Therefore, the All Heavens Palace and Heavenless God Palace could only be ranked according to seniority in the 10 major worlds." Ziyi brought Shen Xiang and Lan Qingtian to a very spacious inner hall. "Sit anywhere you like," Zi said. "I will go and invite the elder out now." "Sorry to trouble you, Sister Zi." Lan Qingtian thanked her politely. Shen Xiang felt that it was strange. Why was Lan Qingtian so polite to the All Heavens Palace? And why did the Heavenless God Palace send Lan Qingtian? Were they not afraid that Lan Qingtian would be captured by the All Heavens Palace? "Don't wander off. Otherwise, don't blame me if you die," Zi said. "Don't worry." Lan Qingtian smiled. Shen Xiang sat down and casually took out a fruit to eat. He whispered, "Big brother Lan, why didn't they kill you? If I were from the All Heavens Palace and you dared to kill in front of my door, I would definitely chop you into pieces. The All Heavens Palace is managed by a few big families. One of them is the Zi family." Lan Qingtian said, "My mother is from the Zi family. Ziyi is indeed my younger sister, but because of her good aptitude, she was snatched away by the Zi family when she was very young. What? The noble circle is really messy." Shen Xiang felt a little dizzy. The Heavenless God Palace and the All Heavens Palace actually had such a dispute. Isn't it very melodramatic? The 2 powers have been fighting for so many years, but the upper echelons of the 2 powers still have dealings with each other. Lan Qingtian laughed. "Is your father also one of the upper echelons of the All Heavens Palace?" Shen Xiang asked. "Yes, our Lan family is a big family in the Heavenless God Palace." Lan Qingtian nodded and said, "Because half of my bloodline is from the Zi family, the All Heavens Palace won't kill me, and Sister Ziyi won't kill me either." "Your sister seduced you. You couldn't even resist?" Shen Xiang laughed and said, "You're too weak." Lan Qingtian rolled his eyes at Shenxiang helplessly and said, Sister Ziyi's seduction technique is very powerful. Among the younger generation of the heavenless God Palace, no matter male or female, only I can last for so long in front of her. So powerful? Shenxiang said, I was also at the side just now, but I didn't feel that it was that powerful. You didn't collapse? Lan Qingtian asked. I paid attention just now. The people outside the arena were all feeling very uncomfortable. I was pretending. Shenxiang chuckled. At this time, Ziyi brought out a tall and strong old man who was filled with dignity. What letter? The moment the old man came out, he asked coldly, Senior, please take a look. Lan Qingtian took out a golden letter and handed it over. Ziyi took it and passed it to the old man.